because it maybe gives me some hope or less fear of.
I think. Am I not?
I'm sorry, what? I think you might have cut out. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Um, can you get right? Uh, why would it? Why would your conscious or your soul go anywhere? Where is it currently?
I think a portion of it is within my body. Um,
Where in your body?
what did you say?
Where in your body?
Just within me. It's not in a specific organ or anything like that. I wouldn't think. I mean, I guess like some people believe in like the chakras and all that, and like some
What
of
is it
that
made
stuff.
of?
It's intangible. It's made of some kind of energy that we can't see or fathom.
So it's imaginary.
Sure, if you want to call it that.
Do you think that there's something just wandering around arbitrarily inside of our bodies that is intangible, that is unfathomable, um, but we can again reliably say that that is a thing that exists?
I wouldn't say that anybody could reliably say that that exists. Definitely no.
Why do you think that it does?
Because that's my belief and it's based on my own feeling, and I know that's based on my mind, which is an organ, which is a real part of the human body. But I still believe it because I mean, why not? I don't know. That's my feeling about it. It's like, why not? I was an atheist for many years, and
What does that mean to you?
what, atheism?
Yeah, you were an atheist. What does that mean?
Um, that's an interesting question. Well, being an atheist, I feel like I was a bit nihilistic when looking at the world, and I think I did kind of lean on things like religion at a time when I felt like my life was gonna come to an end, and that was just based on anxiety and things like that. It wasn't anything like severe or anything like that. But and I definitely leaned on the idea of God, and I leaned on spirituality. I kind of actually like kind of joined a bit of a cult, and
Okay,
So
Thrayle,
that's,
I
I'm not sure how that's what atheism is.
I'm sorry, should I not have said that? I'm sorry, guys.
It's not about what you did or didn't say. You didn't. It's that it didn't quite follow the question. Um, I'm not sure
Oh,
if
yeah,
I have
yeah.
any more questions.
Well, pertaining to.
Duragon, did you have a question for the guest?
I wanted to ask Trixie how you walk me down this path, like just maybe like try and keep it short because I know I'm kind of asking for some.
I'm not really sure how to make it quick. I have the best graph, but I'll just say this: many years since I was a teenager, and I I got to a point in my life where I felt like I was going to be living a short life. Felt like my life was going to end young, like fairly young in my 20s. And so I kind of grasped onto whatever was basically provided to me, what was fed to me. And a lot of the things that were provided to me at that time or fed to me at that time were like really, I would probably just call it like interesting, like spiritual, like um, interesting beliefs by people that spent their time watching like ancient aliens and like they believed in like aliens as gods and they believed in being visited. They believed in using crystals
Okay,
Wait,
let's
to
stop
what are
let's
we
stop,
doing?
please. We're supposed to be finding out what got her from atheism to where she is now, but honestly, I don't even know what she means by atheism, and at this point, where are we going?
I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling on about like what I guess
Yeah,
what
I
got me
don't
here
feel
with
like
my beliefs, and it's all kind of based on something, I guess, but it's not anything that I mean, it's not
really
anything that
quickly.
matters to you
So
guys, so it
stop,
doesn't
please
really
stop,
matter, I
please
guess.
just stop, please stop,
Yeah, for sure, for
stop,
sure.
stop. Cool. Thank you. I really quickly just need to thank Fibonacci, Flux, Brad, and Martha for hitting the goal. You guys are amazing. Duragon, did you have a follow-up to that?
No, probably not.
Okay. Trixie, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you have. I'm not quite sure that you're, well, following the exercise. I'm going to go ahead and move on, but maybe you will enjoy watching a little. Oh, she left. Oh, well, maybe you'll enjoy watching, but I think,
Whew.
yeah.
Happy Sunday evening. Hi guys. Hi Durgan.
Hello.
Well, if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request out. It might help if it's an actual belief. And it, well, we're not here to debate. We're not here to argue. We're not here to tear you down or burgle the god. Though there's always room in the shed for one more. I really am just looking to see if you can question that belief. Right, Fibonacci.
There's no room in the fucking shed.
There's always room in the shed for one more. What do you mean? No room in the shed.
You know,
There's a
it sounds kind of scary when you say it like that.
There's always room in the shed for more dull tools.
I just meant more gods. Because they don't take up any space. At all.
It's funny.
How are things this evening?
Things are oh, I saw that. Yep. Gasp.
Okay, I got excited.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Blake. How are you?
Doing good. Just chillaxing.
And we have a Martha. Hello, Martha. How are you?
Good morning, everyone. I'm well, and I hope you all are also.
Doing pretty good.
I haven't heard that voice in so long, and I'm so happy that you're here. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
How are you?
Well, you know me. I'm looking for answers, but I think I need some of your well-placed questions to help me arrive at what I'm seeking.
We are always happy to oblige that.
I have noticed within my own little world of belief, there are some very major changes going on at the highest levels of the governing body. And we just had a big global conference. And just based on the highlights of, I have not followed. I have a sense of fear of informing myself as to all the changes, and there are, just from the highlights, some pretty big changes going on, and you know me, I struggle with some of these things, and I can't understand why something that I so really want to believe in is scaring me to the point that I don't even want to inform myself of these changes.
Martha?
Yes.
I know how important this community is to you, right?
Yes. It has helped me tremendously.
And I think that is so valuable, right? What is scaring you about the changes the institution is implementing?
Well, that's just it. I'm too afraid to dive deeper into what the changes are.
Do you have an inclination? Is that why you're scared? Like, do you have an idea of what they are and that's why you don't want to look deeper into them?
Well, just from the few, like the little sound bites or whatever, that 15-second highlights that are meant to grab your attention to encourage you to investigate further. Just those alone have scared me to where I have not pursued. Well, here's a big one that stuck with me. Quite recently, there has been a sell-off of $7.7 billion in assets and converted into, cash, or however you want to say it. So, I mean, there has to be a major reason for that with a purpose in mind. And as a believer, but not as staunch a believer as I wish I could be, I should be interested in knowing, in having that information and understanding why such a big move was made, and I can't bring myself to do it. And I thought,
could it be that you have some ideas about why the move was made and you don't want to be right?
yes, I was going to say maybe, but yes, I think that's
Do you think, what is the
Thank you,
likelihood
Quantum.
that you are right? Thank you, Quantum. Sorry, I didn't see it, but thank you.
well.
Like, what did you base this hypothesis about? What the reason behind it off of? Like, have you thought about like the church's actions and their ideas and like why they might make a move like this, and you don't want that to be the case?
Well, I maybe yes. Yes, I suppose. I just yes. I'm afraid that I could not get behind or support.
What
And
would that reason? Like, what kind of reason would that be?
well, to I guess one thing would be to put more support I would not agree with.
I could see that. Yeah, absolutely. Do you think that you can ignore this for any like how long do you think you can ignore it for?
Well, it's a very uncomfortable feeling, so I'm not at peace with it. And I've always believed that knowledge is power, and it's better to understand a situation as well as one can when deciding one's core beliefs.
Core belief is sorry, low battery warning. Your core beliefs lie more deeply rooted in the Bible, the Old Testament, the New Testament, than the Book of Mormon, right?
Correct.
But your community is deeply rooted in your what is the word I'm looking for? What do they call them?
Joseph Smith ideology? No.
No. In your what is the group? Like your little group, like it's not like it's like I've forgotten the word. Words are hard today. And the community you have in the church, right?
Yes.
And this community is incredibly important to you and serves a lot of value in your life. And so the idea of separating your beliefs or ideals from the church, like you're already there, right? You're not really on the Book of Mormon, but the idea of separating yourself from that community is really difficult.
Correct. And I've had enough hits that, well, we know the main one that just sent me into orbit there for a while.
And I don't hear you ever like really like I hear you becoming more discontent even with some of the people that you encounter and like are around because of the way they so blindly follow these ideas that you are so staunchly against.
Yes, and I fear I couldn't withstand another really big hit that is so fundamentally.
I fear this too. Have you, and I know you're like kind of in a small, place, and so there probably aren't tons and tons of like different communities or options for you, but have you considered or looked into or searched for any like non-denominational Christian churches maybe that have a congregation near you, and maybe just gone 1 week and checked it out?
No, I haven't.
Why not?
Well, in a way, it feels dishonest to me. Like I don't know. Like I'm not sure I could even give them an honest, fair chance to.
Why not?
I don't know. I think it comes down to a sense of loyalty, maybe.
Why would you be loyal to an institution that does things that you so strongly detest?
Well, I can tell you, sweetheart, it's getting harder.
I hear this, and I hear you, like, several months ago when we met you like found some really big issues with the church and the doctrine, right? But you were very much ingrained in this community and these people. But over these past few months, I have heard you kind of come away from that a little bit too, because you've been disappointed by their actions as well. Not everybody. I'm not saying everybody. I'm just saying, like, this is something I've heard start to, like,
You're correct.
you have been more critically thinking about what the people around you are doing, and being more, I think, honest about your own beliefs and values, right? And I think that maybe you might find some value in finding and at least looking for or trying out a community that still has the God, right? The Bible, right? But maybe is not as, like, strict on the doctrine and the practices.
You may not even need the God, just a community.
I have recently been. YouTube is great when it comes to different writings that are now being more readily available to people that aren't theologians or scholars or things. And I've been listening to things a lot here lately about the Ethiopian Bible and how, according to that, it says that even Jesus himself taught that we don't need a third party. We don't need a intermediate, we don't have to. It can be a one-on-one relationship. We don't even have to involve a third party. And I've been thinking more and more about that than actually, like almost separating from a organized type situation completely.
It is certainly a thing that is, like, totally reasonable and understandable to do, and an option, and, like, it's, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to you doing the thing that is going to make you, like, is going to be most true to yourself and your own beliefs and your values, right?
Right. And something that doesn't, this sounds kind of, I don't know. It seems like I get over one crisis or, something that causes me major anxiety. I've finally come to a point where I can put it somewhere where I can understand it, but not let it just wreck my day to day. And then something else pops up. It's like, Give me a break. I
also notice this pattern, and I don't think it's very fair to you, and I don't think it's very I know it can't be comfortable either.
It's terribly uncomfortable. It causes anxiety that I genuinely believe that we are living in the latter days. And I genuinely believe at my age, I can see the finish line. So, I mean, in my heart of hearts, I really do not want to stray from my core beliefs. But I'm just finding it more and more difficult to, I don't know. I just wish I could find some middle ground where I had peace and could still.
There are certain things I want to question.
Please.
I shouldn't.
Please do. You may ask wonderful questions. You've been very helpful to me. And thank you, Kat.
I love you.
I
so
love you
you're
too,
here.
sweetheart. Thank you. I've missed you.
Missed you as well.
You say that you feel like we are living in the latter days. What does that mean to you?
To me, it means the second coming of Jesus is going to be maybe not in my lifetime because I'm getting pretty ancient, but definitely I feel like it is in the very near future.
What did Jesus say about when he was going to come back?
He said we are not supposed to try and put a date to it or determine when this is going to happen because only Heavenly Father knows, and we are supposed to observe some of the signs that we are given to look for, but we are not supposed to try and declare we know exactly when it's supposed to happen.
Would you be surprised to know that he told his disciples a pretty firm timeline on when they would come back?
No, I would not be surprised.
And that time has passed and that it didn't come to be?
That I did not know. But I don't understand how they gauge time from then and now. I've never understood how
Well, with this, he gave that surely not all, or surely that it will come to pass before some of you pass away. So he was saying that it would happen before all of his disciples passed away. And so and it's not like depending on any kind of cultural measurement of time or anything. It's just saying that he would have come back before they passed away.
I didn't know that. There's so much I don't know.
It would be in I think it's Matthew 16.
Okay. I will write this down, and when we are finished, I will. Actually, I have my Bible right here, but I will definitely be. And another thing, I've always used the King James Version, and there are things that just by the way it's the wording that I don't understand. I never finished the ninth grade. I'm not the smartest person in the world. And
I understand.
I should probably get a Bible I can understand more. But to me, there again, that throwing another translation on it, I think every new and different translation probably brings us a little further from what the original was meant for us to know.
I think the language in the King James is, well, dated and flowery, and clearly not modern enough for us generally. But I think the part where Blake was talking about, it's in Matthew.
Mm-hmm. Guys, hold up. Yeah, Matthew 16:28.
And
My pages are sticking together here.
and it helps if you go back a little just to understand. But you know, we could read more of it. But 27 starts, for the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then shall reward every. Verily, I say unto you, there will be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
I see this. So that he's referring to his own original disciples then, huh? Let's see. Well, that really throws a monkey wrench in it for me, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is also the part where you see very explicitly that Satan is not a specific person, but an adversary, or more of like a slightly disparaging title to like use against somebody that is a stumbling block to you. And also a fantastic White Stripes album.
Oh, nice. Huh. Interesting. Did you have any more questions, Thrayle?
I did.
Oh, no.
If Jesus told his disciples that that at least some of them wouldn't taste of death until he had completed his prophecy and given every man his reward, then what does that mean to you now, if knowing he was speaking to his disciples at that time 2,000 years ago?
Well, that would tell me that he has already come. If I'm understanding that properly.
So there are Christians that believe that. I believe the term they use is preterist. I'm going to say it wrong, and it's going to sound
Preterist.
Like preterist. Yeah. It almost sounds like a slur.
I didn't remember it until you said the first half. So
Yeah. And yeah, the word sounds wrong in my mind, but preterists, and they believe that everything has already occurred, that revelation has already happened.
Well, I mean, that's interesting, but wouldn't there, I don't know, I guess in my mind, when I think of the second coming, I think of a really big event, something that would have been so noticeable by so many people that it would have been recorded by many people and still talked about even today. Maybe I'm expecting too big of a. I mean, I've always thought it would be something that.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I agree. I feel like there would have been a flyer or something left over.
Because I missed the memo.
What if what they were writing about in Revelation had already occurred when they wrote it?
Well, that would be a pretty big memo.
What if they were being poetic and even extravagant, apocalyptic about something that was mundane?
I say that again, please.
What if they were using poetic language to seem apocalyptic when it was really about something more mundane, like, the hope to overthrow an oppressive government?
You mean like making it more of a localized event and not the big global event I've always imagined?
Well, not even just that, but not even an event, a hoped for. A hoped for event that's then told as an extravagant, poetic, a world-ending thing, but really just a hope to overthrow an oppressive government.
Huh. I guess I never thought of it in those terms at all. I guess I've always been under the impression that John of Patmos was one of many apocalyptic writers of the time, and that it was more prophecy than like
Poetry.
Yeah. Huh.
Have you ever heard of apocalyptic literature before?
Yes. Weren't the Essenes very, very much into that?
Yeah, it's this really kind of like, I don't know, it's like very dark, but can be very beautiful. And there's even like modern examples of this. Like I would say that like Jeff Vandermeer's trilogy is kind of like a apocalyptic literature as well, where it is like, it usually comes about in times of like intense stress. Like the stressor for like the Vandermeer trilogy would be like climate change, where there's this like intense feeling of like not able to be in control of one's life because of these outside circumstances that you really don't have the power within yourself to overcome. So there becomes this catharsis to write a story where like the system just like gets broken down and everything is started anew. And even though like you and your people might get like wiped out in that, there's this kind of like dark beauty in this like wiping the slate clean and this like cycle of rebirth continuing, even if it's like not with us, with more biblical apocalyptic literature. We're still kind of in there in some way, but we're rebirthed in this like spiritual rebirth in a different way. And so there is this like precedent for these types of stories where we're setting some type of rapture up for the future. And like if you look into the apocalyptic literature, you can usually find these like stressor events that are going on. And like what we find during this is that the stressor event is that they were being occupied by like exterior forces. And that kind of stress is exactly what would lead to this kind of apocalyptic literature.
Right. But they also, I mean, they also talk a lot, they don't speak just of the evil doings of man, but they also talk about other events like celestial, all kinds of stuff going on up in the, in with the stars and the planets and the, all the terrible, well, like you were talking climate change, but they talk a lot about earthquakes, volcanoes, meteor showers, just and how there's the number of events and the level of the events is just so large. And the things like that are what lead me to believe. I mean, like I said, I'm 63, and it seems to me right now, on a global scale, the number of volcanoes, earthquakes, and stuff that really, the 100-year storm now that happens every decade or every less often, they seem so much bigger and so much more often. Those are the kinds of things that have also led me
Could it
to.
just be that we're more connected and we're seeing more of these things because we communicate it better? We observe them better, we measure them better, and of course, we also might be affecting our climate.
I think all of that is possible.
So then, does that indicate a God? An apocalypse of biblical proportion?
For me, it always has.
Did you know that like volcanoes erupt all the time and have like forever? The reason that we're generally not as aware of them as we think we should be is because most volcanoes don't erupt like Pompeii or Mount St. Helens or Vesuvius. They erupt in little spurts, and they're relatively insignificant as far as like lava events go, right? So sometimes these eruptions get like really played up, and it's like, oh, all these volcanoes are erupting, but it's really just kind of what volcanoes do.
That's a really good point, because as many as I do watch a lot of things about, what's going on planetary wise and globally and celestial, and for as many occurrences as they are talking about, the results don't, now that I think about it, the results aren't really, or at least they don't appear to be any more devastating than they were when I was young. So that's a really good, but see, this is why I love you guys. You make me really, really consider this stuff.
I live 20 miles from the most active volcano on the planet. I have stood at the summit and watched it erupt several times.
That
It's
blows
not
my
as big.
mind. Just
It's
blows
not
me
as
away.
big of a deal as they make it seem. But do you think that the reason things like this are played up and made like such a huge deal is like, do you think maybe?
Oh, I think the world powers the people that really run stuff. It's just one more tool in their toolbox to keep the general population fearful. That I do believe. I think anything they can use to keep people in a state of high anxiety 24/7 is something that they delight in.
I think there's something to that. I think there's something there, but it would also be certain people or outlets like using these events to like propagandize and further whatever their narrative is or what have you.
Yes. I don't think anything that happens can't be turned into a tool by somebody who wants to make it an event to be feared. And when you get nervous Nellies like me who sit around and watch this stuff and then blend it with a lifelong indoctrination, it causes major anxiety.
So part of the reason I've never believed in a God is because I grew up in the South, right? Lots of Southern Baptist fire and brimstone, kind of like fear, eternal damnation, like things that I just saw them everywhere, right?
Right.
And I recognized at a very young age that these people were trying to induce fear to incentivize you to believe the way they believed or whatever it was. And I thought that was a really bad reason to believe in something, like always. Is it? And I also think that it's like, it's not just, it just doesn't seem like it's the most genuine reason to believe in something either, right?
Right. I mean, if you have to live in fear, it doesn't make much sense, does it?
Why would an all-powerful deity want us to fear him?
I'm not sure that he wants us to fear him in near as much as what the people behind organized religion want us to fear it. I think it does them more. I think it's more helpful to them if they make us fear than what God actually wants us to fear. Does that make sense?
It does, yes. Why would we want to participate in an organization that instills fear in us for their own benefits?
We shouldn't. We shouldn't want to.
And why do we?
Gosh. It certainly isn't in our best interest, is it?
I don't think so at all, right? Like, I cannot see a way that it is. I'm open to being wrong always, right? But I think that participating in something or believing in something or trying to believe in something because of the fear is a very silly reason to like do that, right? In that, I think if I'm participating in something, I want it to be because I think it's good and it's something that I feel convicted about.
That definitely makes sense. Well, I don't want to monopolize your evening.
I haven't heard any good or right or conviction behind it in probably the last 3 months. And I cannot imagine, like, you have too much fire in you to resign yourself to that, I think.
I've always been so very, there wasn't a whole lot of gray in my thinking. To me, it's always come down to truth or lie, right or wrong, and very, very comfortable with believing in, gray is just for people that can't decide what how they want to conduct how they want their own character to reflect on them. But as I get older, I'm finding it harder to be so black and white about things.
Martha, as always, you have done such a fantastic job of questioning your beliefs, and you know how to get a hold of me if you need any support in the coming days or weeks, and please feel free anytime.
Thank you, sweetheart.
It was so
Thanks,
good to see
everybody.
you, Martha.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You guys always help me so much, and I hope you all have a wonderful week.
You too. Appreciate
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Big W's in the chat for Martha.
That is how you do it, folks. That is how you do it.
Absolutely.
Beautiful way to start this off. Big W's for Martha. I adore that woman. She is the most special person.
And we got a Tavium too. Look at that. I'm pretty sure I summoned you about 24 hours ago.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Tom.
So you guys are not gonna believe I'm on the panel. I have to tell you the story, and then I have to go to work real quick.
Okay.
Yesterday, I was speaking with some. Sorry, what?
I said, okay, we'll let you.
All right. So yesterday, I was talking to this friend, and he was fascinated by some beliefs I talked about, because for some reason he doesn't think that there's any other beliefs than the three Abrahamic religions. So I was like, there is this amazing podcast-ish type live stream on TikTok. I'll share it with you. You'll probably like it. And he was like, wait, I've heard, I think I've listened to something like this. Does it have skulls and stuff? I was like, yeah. Is it the Batcolyte? I said, yeah, it is the Batcolyte. He said, oh my god, I love that stream.
No way!
I promise you that's exactly what happened.
That's so cool!
That is awesome.
He said I just
Well, you can
couldn't
tell
find it anymore. I thought I lost the account or something, and I was like, okay, I'll share it tomorrow. You'll be fine. Just go.
Hell yeah. That's awesome.
W Tab, W Thrayle, W Community, like, that's amazing.
That was the funniest thing that happened to me all week, probably.
That's amazing. Well, I appreciate you sharing that, Tav. Hell yeah.
Alright, I gotta go. Love you all. Bye.
You have a good day.
Have a great day. Hell yeah. W's for Tav. I think we have a few requests. I'm not sure if they are still there.
Thrayle, it feels like we're like doing a thing. I mean, almost even.
I mean, there's a thing.
It's a thing.
It happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nightly. Well, most nights. Hello, Lucifer. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you with us, Lucifer? Well, I mean, I could ask if he had a belief in a god or gods, but his name was Lucifer, Satan, Lilith, my gods. I think the answer was there. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We just want to know if you even can question it. That's really it. If you can, then we might have some questions for you. Is Durgan awake? I'm beginning to think Durgan might not be with us. But I know who is with us. Hello, Cyber. How you doing?
I am doing good. It's a cyber in a vat.
A cyber in a vat.
Yeah, because it sucked me in.
What are
Sounds
you a
nice.
solipsist now?
Huh?
Thrayle, I can hear myself every time I talk.
Could you hear yourself then?
Like just then? Yes, I could, but not now. Thank you.
Hold on. Am I causing you to echo?
No, Thrayle was.
Oh, and you are. But are you a solipsist now, Cyber?
No. I just got myself stuck in a vat. I'll get out eventually.
Was the vat empty, or was it a vat of something?
I'm not a solipsist. The walls are just steep.
Yes, that is it. The walls are just steep. So any good questioning today?
Well, you just missed Martha as one of our best questionees that returns often. We've been following her journey for several months.
Oh, nice.
You'll love it, from Mormonism.
Okay.
Still involved, but struggling with the belief. Well, not struggling with the belief anymore. More struggling with the community, staying involved and not believing certain aspects. We presented. We presented. Was it 2 Nephi 5:21? It was her first time hearing that several months ago.
Yeah. The Book of Mormon is something that really catches me off guard when Mormons haven't read it, because they put a focus on reading, and they have what they call Moroni's challenge, which is where, the challenge is to read the Book of Mormon in its entirety and then with sincere heart go and just pray that it's true, that Joseph Smith actually translated it, and the Lord will give you what they call a burning in your bosom. And I consider that signs that, somebody was a liar, liar, pants on fire. That's why your bosom's burning. But they say that's a spirit, revealing.
Fascinating.
Yeah, but like when you get mad, that like once you get bad or mad that it doesn't make sense, then it's right.
Yeah. So let me know. I'm playing Skyrim right now. So if the clicking gets too much, let me know. I don't want to be like clicking in anybody's ear.
God, he's like Rav 2.0, isn't he?
A little bit. I don't know if Rav would play Skyrim.
Usually Minecraft or Fortnite, but still.
Rav was just in Yodi's live getting accused of speaking Greek.
Oh, I see. What, when he was speaking Hebrew?
Yeah.
Fascinating. We have, what was it, Vladimir? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Shit.
Didn't mean to join. I heard that shit. Oops. Well, if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. There's 2 open boxes, and we're not looking to pounce on you. We're not here to burgle your god or destroy your faith. We really just want to know, if you can question your belief, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
Mm-hmm.
So with the Book of Mormon and the Bible, do the two work together? Do they see it as like a supplemental, like a supplant, like a correction?
So the way the Mormons, and I don't know, the Mormons are going through this weird like doctrinal shift. They've kind of been doing it over like the last 5 years, but with this new president, they're like going all in on it.
That's
The
what
idea is
Martha
that,
was just talking about. She's like, it's kind of shaking me up too.
yeah, it's one of those things that when the disciples were all martyred, right, when they all passed away, then there was this apostasy, this great apostasy that happened, and the authority of the church was taken off the earth, and it was brought back with Joseph Smith. But during that time, they acknowledged that the Bible became corrupt in its entirety. Like Joseph Smith, what's called a triple combination or a quad. So a triple combination has the Book of Mormon, the Prologate Price, which is like the books of Moses, Book of Abraham. Those are the texts that Moses supposedly, or not Moses, that Joseph Smith found on the mummy, in the papyrus. And the doctrine, and then if you get a quad, it'll have the Bible included. And if you buy a quad, it might be in the triple combinations as well, I'm not sure. But you'll have what's called Joseph Smith Matthew. It's where Joseph Smith was trying to retranslate the Bible as well, starting with Matthew. And he didn't get very far in it. So they hold that the Bible is corrupt. And so you need to get it through the church, and which is why they used to, for the longest time, be KJV purist, but they no longer hold that stance anymore. Question: If if the Book of Mormon and the Bible contradict, you take the Book of Mormon.
Okay, gotcha.
We do have one request. But we know noise.
There we go.
You're here to be questioned, Noi?
I was coming to see how the stream was going. Do you need someone to question?
Well, I mean, at the moment, we've got no believers to question except you.
Oh, I'm the only one up here with a belief, huh? All right.
Does it look like a room full of teeth suddenly?
No, I've been here before, but no,
How are you doing?
I can hop down though. It's fine.
You don't have to hop down. I was just curious if you were open to questioning. We questioned you a lot last week. That's why I asked. We can question more. I know there's room to question. I just don't know if you would feel like we were pushing.
I never feel pushed.
Well, then let's start at the top. Noi, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am freshly 31.
Hell yeah, well, happy birthday. And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Sure do.
And which god is that?
Jeebus. Or as they know, I'll call him Jesus.
Jeebus with the machine gun noise in the background was poetic.
Sorry, these guys are trying to take my base. It's my fault. I'm paying attention now.
Mm-hmm. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Not in order.
Not in order. But you feel like you've read it all.
I'm sure there's some parts I've missed. If we could refrain from Revelations, that's about that book to this day. So if we could refrain from that book.
That's exactly what I was going to question you on.
Dang it.
Revelation.
Look, bro, that dude was tweaking. I don't know what he was thinking about. I don't know about dragons and stuff like that. Going to be popping up. I can't answer that. That's probably mumbo jumbo. The dude was probably off peyote. I don't know.
Is there a point at which the New Testament becomes fantasy? Is it just Revelation? Or is any of the rest of the New Testament false? Or
Just everything else compared. I'm not. It's just Revelation's so confusing to me. You know, it's like.
Have you thought that Revelations might just be coded talk about Nero?
What's Nero?
He was the Roman emperor that did horrific things to the Jewish people.
I don't know much about Nero. I mean, not much about Romans outside of Assassin's Creed, Cyber. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
That's fair. That's fair. But outside of Rome, or not Romans, outside of Revelations, could you answer the host question?
Yeah, there's some pretty, I guess you could say, some would say paranormal things, you know, like the mass feeding thing, where they like fed 4,000 and, turning water into wine, walking on water, a lot of out of reality things.
Do you believe any of those things occurred?
I haven't really put too much thought into them literally happening. It's more the message behind them happening that I understand, but them actually happening, I guess, I haven't really taken into account if like it matters or if I really believe they happen or not. It's more the message behind them.
Does it matter to you if Jesus actually existed and resurrected?
Not entirely.
Why not?
Because mostly,
like you might. Oh, go ahead.
sorry. Well, at the beginning, at the end of the day, I didn't live during those times, so I can't say for myself. I don't have to be something from someone else telling me them saying they saw him live or something like that. So, but
Do you know what the core belief in Christianity is?
a personal relationship with Jesus Christ.
That what happened?
I'm sorry.
It's concerning a specific event.
Do you know? Didn't really pertain to an event.
So the atonement of Jesus, do you think that isn't important?
I would say maybe for like the dictionary definition of it, probably it is, yeah. But like I said, my relationship with Christ has always just been a personal thing. So I don't really like if someone says to be a Christian you have to believe this. I don't really abide by that. I just go by my relationship with him.
So you don't you don't think that it's important to understand why this personal belief is important within the faith, within any faith?
I think it's all important.
Okay, I got no further questions. This is me keeping it out of debate mode.
I see.
That'd be awesome. When I hear the debate.
Noi, if Jesus never existed, if the story was simply made up as part of a way to subvert a culture by a government, would you still want to have a relationship?
think with just about anyone, if you go to them and you say, "Hey, your whole entire belief system, your entire reality that you live in right now, if that was all fake and all being used to deceive you, would you take that lightly and would you still follow it?" I think most people would say no. So I would also say no.
Mm-hmm. I don't even mean that it's still being used to deceive you. I simply was implying if it had been at one point created that way.
I think if any system that someone like heavily invests their life into, and they would be like, "Hey, none of this is true, by the way. We just did this thing to do this thing, social experiment, psyop." Everyone would be like, I feel like everyone in that situation would be like, "Well, that sucks."
Why would you go to social experiment psyop?
I was just saying it pertains if it was like he said, if it was like my belief system, I would take that as, I'm not, and of course I'm not the only one that has a relationship with Jesus. So it's like, if they're using that to against people, it's kind of a sign up.
I guess what I'm asking is if to you it doesn't matter too much if Jesus did the things or if the stories are true, then why does the name Jesus even matter? Is it really Jesus you have a relationship with?
I guess my familiarity with it would be the way I address the situations that I've been in. I've told you my testimony about an experience I had and everything like that. All that kind of fell in line with what they define who they define as Jesus. So I just take it how it is. That's just how I perceive it, how I see it. I guess they could have really called him anything, and I'd call him that. So.
So because people have described it a certain way, and you've had a certain experience that you feel matches this description, then you therefore assume that this is Jesus because people have said that.
I 100% in my heart feel like I have encountered and have had a face-to-face interaction with Jesus Christ. Yes.
When you were, if I recall correctly, were you not in an inebriated state and then prayed? So you were on your knees.
I had been, yeah.
And so this was in your mind's eye, in a matrix loading room.
Sure, I like how you call it that.
Just correct me if I'm misremembering anything.
No, you got it right.
So in an inebriated state, in your prayer, on your knees, you, in your mind, had a Matrix loading room where you had a conversation face to face with Jesus. What color was his hair?
Well, if you remember us talking, I never said I saw features of him. I was in this room, and it was like wherever I turned my head, and he was speaking to me. It was as if it was audibly coming straight at my face, like you've ever spoken to someone face to face. It's like it was literally, I could not turn my head and he wasn't there face to face.
So, you said face to face.
Yeah. I did, but I couldn't see a face, if that makes sense. Like,
That doesn't.
I'm saying,
That's where I'm lost. It's face to face, but he's faceless. He's not there. Is it like talking to me without a face? Or is it like there's nobody at all there?
like if you talk face to, I'm saying audibly, it was like I couldn't turn my head, and it's like the dude was standing right in front of me speaking.
It was like he was right in front of you, audibly.
Yeah. Like when I
no face.
Wherever,
So
like
face to face without a face. Like, is it like having headphones on? I mean, was there a speaker?
no, I just felt like I was like audibly in a room, and it was like I was speaking to someone like right in front of me. I don't know if it's like I don't know if you ever. That's hard to explain. It's like, well, it's not really too hard to explain. It's like if you're in front of someone having a conversation, and you just close your eyes, but you keep talking. Like they're speaking right in front of you, but you don't see them. Except this room was white, so it was like there was nothing visually in front of me except this white room, but audibly it was like someone was right in front of my face, like talking to me.
What did he sound like?
I would say he spoke in a very I'm trying to think of what the word would be. Not empathetic, but I guess concerning and loving way. Very remorseful and understanding of what I've been going through, and
What was his voice like? Was it low? Was it high? Was it thin? Was it?
it was like a
Did he sound
calm.
old? Did he sound young?
It was like a calm register. Male.
A male voice in a calm register. That doesn't quite tell me.
I mean, it's not like I'm not saying he had like a incredibly low voice or anything. It's just like a basic male adult voice.
Did it sound familiar to you?
Not that it sounded familiar, but it felt familiar.
What kind of accent did it have?
I'm sorry?
What kind of accent?
I don't know what you mean by accent. Like, you think he sounded like British or something? No. Just...
Well, did he have any accent at all? Were there any affectations on his voice?
Not necessarily. I understood him pretty
Was it
clearly.
English?
He was speaking English. He didn't have like a British English accent, no.
Do you remember any details of his voice?
I remember when I first heard his voice, it was kind of like a shock.
Did
But
it
at the
sound
same
like anyone you know?
No, I can't think of anyone I've known of sounds like him. But it was actually like a shock, and then throughout the conversation, it was
How long was the conversation?
couldn't tell you. I didn't really feel like time existed there. No, we talked for. It felt like it could have been a while we talked, but this is kind of like I wish I did more journaling back then. I could have, when it was fresh on my mind, if I would have journaled it, would have been a lot easier for me to go back to. But speaking to him, it was like talking to someone that, it's like talking to a friend that generally cares about what's going on with you, and hasn't given up on you. And
do you remember any details of the conversation?
I remember cussing a lot. Because that's Italian. I have a pretty foul mouth. But
The entire conversation happened within a white room in your mind, on your knees, while drunk. How do you know that this is not just a constructed memory that you go back to and reconstruct each time?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, at the time you were drunk. So, if anything actually occurred, how do you know that it wasn't just some process in your mind of you shaming yourself or guiding yourself out of this drunken state, recognizing what led you here, so that you would make the changes that you said you later made? And then you construct that into Jesus. But
Yeah, I don't really see it that way, because decisions that I had to make were not decisions I would have made on my own or out of my own discourse in my head. It would have taken very strong convincing for me to do that. That's why I know the decisions I made after that conversation were not from me, but from another source, because they were very hard decisions, very rough ones, but they were necessary. And I wouldn't have known them to be necessary if someone who didn't have either prior knowledge or knew what would happen if I made those decisions, and someone that I guess knew what was better for me than what I knew was better for me. And yeah, that's kind of why I don't really consider it as like something I made up. It might know me at the end of the day. And way
But
too vivid for me to believe that
but
that's the right thing to happen.
who better knows you and the changes that you want to make than yourself?
Jesus, I believe personally. You don't have to believe
Jesus,
that.
the guy who could be a fictional character that you don't really care if existed or not.
Yeah.
Do you hear the inconsistency? You're 100% sure that you had a conversation with a person in a white room whose face you never saw, who is a character from a book that you don't necessarily believe.
More specifically, a character that you don't even know the lore behind as to why Christians do worship said individual.
I know why they worship him. I'm not
And why,
ignorant of what Christianity is,
and why do they worship him?
because he's the Son of God.
Well, there's more to it than that, but
Oh, there's a lot more to it, but I didn't go to school for theology, so.
In what way is he the Son of God?
What way is this? He's the Son of God?
Yes.
Um, what's that verse? I forget what the verse is. I should be more refined on my Bible. I'm trying to remember what the verse is that where he states why he's the Son of God, or how he's the Son of God. But I know mostly it's from like the virgin birth, the blessings he's made, resurrection. I guess there's multiple things that signify why he's the Son of God. I guess the big ones would be like the virgin birth and the resurrection.
What if the narrative that of the virgin birth was really the result of a mistranslation?
What would the mistranslation be?
Well, when the Old Testament was translated into Greek, um, there's a, I don't remember what verse of Isaiah it is, but there's that
Isaiah 7.
It's Isaiah 7. There we go. The Hebrew word that's used there does not mean virgin, it means young woman, but it was translated badly into the Greek, and the Greek word that is used is virgin, and so the narrative becomes that it was prophesizing a virgin birth, when it was really doing no such thing.
So is it like confirmed a mistranslation, or is it like a if?
Cyber can probably help a little bit here more than I can.
Yeah, so what's going on in Isaiah 7 is and Thrayle, if this is going into too much explaining, let me know and I'll
No, you're fine.
STFO. So what's going on is the kingdom has split up. The 12 tribes, they are split up, and you have Israel has gone north, and in the southern kingdom, you have Judah and Benjamin. And the king of Judah and Benjamin at this time is a man named Ahaz. Now, Ahaz is like the most wicked king Israel's ever had. Literally nailed the temple doors shut. And Israel, kingdom of Israel, the northern kingdom, has formed a alliance with another kingdom, and they're coming to take over Judah. And so Isaiah the prophet goes to Ahaz and goes there to essentially to shore up his faith. He's saying, hey, this isn't going to happen. They're not going to win. You just need to have faith. But keep in mind, Ahaz is the most wicked king. He knows he's not in favor with God. So Isaiah goes back a second time and he's like, look, if you don't believe me, go ask the Lord yourself. The Lord will tell you. And Ahaz says, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to challenge the Lord. And Isaiah says, well, the Lord's going to tell you anyways. Right now, the Ha'omah, the young maiden, is currently pregnant. Hara is like the present tense, is pregnant. And then he gives a list of things. This child, when he reaches these ages, he's able to know right from wrong. He's able to eat more solid foods. When this happens, then Assyria is going to come in and wipe out these two kingdoms. And then in the very next chapter, it happens, and we find out that the person that is pregnant when this prophecy is being given is the prophetess Isaiah's wife. And the reason why we know in this case, Alma cannot mean virgin is because Isaiah's wife already has a child. This is her second child. It's her second or third child. But there's a child that has already been born. But she's a young woman. She's young.
But then, if I don't know who translated it into Greek originally, but whoever did, their Hebrew wasn't totally like there was something that they missed there, right?
So yeah. What happened is in Hebrew, or sorry, not in Hebrew, in Greek, because some words have a semantic range, right? And words change over time. For example, if we go to somebody today and we say, what you did, that was terrific. We think like, good job, you did fantastic. But the word of terrific, its root word is terrible. It used to mean bad. Like, you didn't want to be called terrific. It was a bad thing. And so, in the Greek, there's a word called parthenos. And parthenos, its semantic range would include young women and virgins. It was all within its semantic range. For example, Dinah, when Dinah gets graped, after she is graped, she's also still referred to as a parthenos. However, by time we get to Matthew, to the authors of Matthew, whoever wrote Matthew, by this time, parthenos has only changed to only mean virgin. So the author of Matthew, if they were reading the Septuagint, which this suggests they were, they only would have thought parthenos meant virgin.
So it can be rather debated whether it meant virgin or young woman.
No, not in Isaiah 7, because again, the next chapter, it gets fulfilled, and we find out that it's Isaiah's wife. And chapters previously, Isaiah's wife has a child. So Isaiah's wife could not be a virgin.
But in Matthew, it could be debated that way.
It's just a case that whoever wrote Matthew wasn't Jewish, and they wasn't reading the Hebrew scripture. They was reading the Greek Septuagint.
Word.
What is this doing for your understanding of the story?
Seems translating from different languages can cause some ripples in understanding the stories, I guess.
Mm-hmm. What would it mean to you if you were able to be shown that the text itself, not only do we have translation errors, but we have clear instances of things being added to the text?
Yeah, I already know about the John thing being added and stuff.
Well, it's not just John, it's in Mark as well.
Right, I know.
Does that have any
I've
impact?
seen you guys discuss it up here before. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said, does it have any impact?
Well, I would need to learn why they would add things, I guess. So there's like more, I guess, to the construction to the Bible that I need to understand, I guess. Because obviously, like
Why do you think that story might have been added into John?
I don't know. That's kind of why I would like to talk to, I guess, an educator on it. I guess I would have to. I've been thinking about it honestly, because there's a old pastor I used to work with, and he's studied the Bible for years and has multiple different. He's read, I believe, almost all the translations, and he knows Hebrew very well, and things. So I would probably go ask someone who has learned about these things.
I asked because I think about this a lot too, right? Because I can come up with like explanations as to why the story was written the way it was, or why choices that were made. For a lot of the things, right? Like, even if I don't, but how
We're not hearing any of it yet.
Terminator voice cat. It's the internet. The volcanoes.
We heard how. How, Noi?
How what?
I don't know.
Can you hear it? No? Yes? No?
I heard that one. Yes. Yes, yes.
How could it truly be the gospel of Jesus Christ, like the word of God, if they had to go back and add stuff?
I don't know. I have to find out why. Must have been a reason for it.
So I'm Jewish. I'm sure you may have heard that. One of the hardest things being Jewish was coming to the realization that Moses never existed, Because if Moses never existed, well, that means the Exodus never happened. And the Exodus, coming from an Orthodox Jewish position, is like the foundation of Judaism. And it was hard. It's hard to come to terms with. And so there's a lot of pushback that I initially gave because I just didn't want to give that up. Do you think there's a possibility that despite the evidence that you're shown, that you just feel like you need to push back?
I don't really feel like I'm pushing back. I feel like I just, you know, I know what I believe and my truths, and I feel like what I've experienced through my life and personal things, I feel like that kind of validates my beliefs, and I'm that's just how it is for me personally. I don't really.
This is another thing I always have a really hard time understanding is like, is your personal experience a reliable way to determine what the truth is?
For my truth, yeah. It may not be yours, but it's mine.
That phrase makes me want to rip my own hair out.
Go ahead.
How could it be I feel like, so I don't think I think there are things that are objective. I don't think we really know them, but I also don't really understand how truths can be so different from person to person, right?
Because not every person experiences the same things as other people.
Is it a truth or is it a belief?
I feel like it's a truth for me. I believe in it, though, so.
What is the difference between a truth and a belief?
I would say a belief depends on well, I don't know the fundamental difference between a truth and belief. I feel that my beliefs are true, and at least to me, and I don't really I'm not really here to convince people that what I believe is true.
Would it be fair to say that maybe a thing that would separate a truth from a belief would be like justification?
Okay.
Well, no, I'm asking, do you think that's a fair way to determine like what's a truth versus a belief? That one that a truth requires justification, a belief does not. You can hold a belief, but until it has justification, it's just unjustified.
Can I amend that a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
A truth would require empirical or testable or repeatable justification, whereas a belief might require a anecdotal justification.
Yeah, I'd say that'd work. Maybe even add like a philosophical, but yeah, I think that could work.
I say that because I think most people who have these beliefs have just that they believe are justifications, so like an anecdotal or philosophical.
Jeebus just doesn't want you talking, Cat.
I should probably take off this Straight Outta Bethlehem shirt I'm wearing. He probably might be a little bit offended.
So what would be the justification for what you're calling truth?
Not really sure what you're asking. Justification. I don't really understand.
Yeah, so you keep saying like it's your truth. What would be the justification for it being considered a truth versus just a belief?
Don't really know how to answer that question.
Are you saying you don't know how you justify what is true?
I justify just what is true by my experience and what I see and what I feel, and if it's
Can experiences be mistaken?
huh?
Can experiences be mistaken?
Oh, of course they can. I just don't feel like mine are.
But how do you know that, though? How do you know they're not mistaken?
How do I know that anything I feel isn't mistaken?
Yeah, it's a question we're asking.
Great question.
That is a great question.
I don't know. Maybe this whole entire thing that I'm experiencing right now is all mistaken. Maybe I'm asleep. I don't know. But I know I'm not asleep.
You're a brain in a jar floating through space.
Yeah, I could be, but I know I'm not. So it's like,
How do you know? That's the question.
because I'm conscious. Or maybe I'm not.
How do you know that?
I don't know. How do you know you are conscious? Oh, crap. Just say question to question. Damn it.
I do not know that I am anything. And that's okay. But it's not. But there are some things that we have to assume and accept to like function as a human being in whatever experience we're having. So we assume that we exist and we accept that, right? But but anything past that, we're like adding things that aren't necessary in, like assumptions that aren't really necessary in. And so like adding God or Jesus in here is really like an unnecessary assumption. That is not required for existence or anything really.
It's not. It's unnecessary to who?
To everything.
I'm not gonna not exist because Jesus didn't exist, so it is unnecessary in that way.
I find it necessary in my life.
Why?
Because I feel like there's a lot of things I wouldn't have been able to go through without him. So,
Do you feel like that in order for you to be the person you are today, it's impossible for you to do those on your own?
I feel like the person I am today, I credit to my relationship with Jesus. Yeah. I feel like
But you
he's made
don't.
me a better person.
I guess the question would be then is, and I'm trying to word these because like I don't want to. If this was my own live, I'd be on like attack mode right now. I'm not trying to do that. But the question is, why couldn't you? Do you not think you're capable of achieving these goals and feats on your own?
No.
And why not?
I think that's a question outside of my beliefs, and I really don't want to get into that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Because then we're going to go conversation about mental health. And 88 people that are watching this right now. Thank you for the 35,000 likes. You guys are killing it right now.
Well, you mentioned earlier, right? You kind of in jest mentioned, a psyop, right? You kind of That was you, right? Just making sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is it possible that today, right? Not talking about back in the first, second century, but today, is it possible that religious leaders utilize religion and people's vulnerabilities in order to keep them under control, in order to keep filling the collector plates?
That's possible, but I also think like a lot of more. There's a lot of things that people do besides religions that try to use people's vulnerabilities, marketing,
Hey, Noi.
like that. What's up?
I think you have done a good job tonight. Are you still like feeling? You question a lot. You come up here and you get asked questions a lot, and I just, if there is a boundary, if there is ever a point where you like want to take a step back, like it's okay to say that.
Oh yeah, that's what I did earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Because honestly, I feel like the kind of person I am is
Do you see yourself ever getting to a place where you don't need Jesus?
No, but that's because my situation wasn't really the reason I have the relationship I do with Jesus now is because I used to think I needed church. And I used to be really heavy into church. And then it came to a point in my life where I realized, I don't need a church. I don't need to, in order for me to have a relationship with Jesus, I don't need a church, and I don't need a denomination or any sort of sect to try to tell me what my relationship has to pertain to or how I keep it or anything like that. It's literally just me and him, and that's all that matters. It took me a long time to do that. It took me a long time to realize that, but
So if you used to think you needed church and then came to the realization that maybe you don't necessarily need church, why could it not evolve farther into you thought you needed God or Jesus and then you don't necessarily?
because my relationship with God doesn't revolve around an institution. I don't need to say I'm Methodist. I don't need to say I'm Catholic. I don't need to say I'm this or that. I am a devout believer and follower of Jesus Christ, and I think that's all that matters. I don't need all the other crap around it.
I don't have any more questions, Thrayle. I think it's...
I heard. No way.
Yo.
I appreciate you coming up. You're not a goober.
Hell yeah.
But I do think that you have a wall. I think there's a point at which you don't question. I wonder
You think so?
what that is. Mm-hmm.
I think there's a point at which most people who believe stop questioning, and I think that that's okay.
Well,
but I do think it's really important not to push them too hard, because it's not going to be productive.
Well, to be honest, these questions aren't really pertaining to me questioning. It sounds like you're more asking why I'm believing rather than why don't I question. So I'm trying to think.
It's okay.
Do you want me to?
It's okay.
No,
it's okay.
You heard me say that. You're gonna feel defensive about that too.
I'm not defensive.
It's okay.
I'm just, yeah.
Sorry.
Everybody hits a wall sometimes. Me, Thrayle, all of us. It's okay.
I got way more defensive having Thrayle question me about ghost stories, so you're doing great.
Duragon questioned me one time, and I like full on crashed out. Like,
Personally, I wish there was ways I could, I guess, with certain topics like this, it's kind of, it's very anecdotal, and I don't know, when it comes to a lot of topics, anecdotal stuff isn't enough, or some would say legally bound, but it's
oh
like,
my god, I just got the donkey just scared the shit out of me.
The donkey.
My neighbors have these 2 donkeys, and there was like one. I had a low battery warning. My neighbors have these 2 donkeys, and sometimes they get over the fence and they try to like sneak in to our yard, and it's like a whole ordeal. And I just caught one, and it scared the shit out of me.
Gotta love it when that happens.
Random donkey interrupting.
I thought it was just Cat referring to bad cooking.
No, I cook really well.
No, not your own bad cooking. It's a Gordon Ramsay thing where he'll call the cooks donkeys.
No, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions. I do want to ask more, but I feel like we're kind of hitting a wall.
I do have a question. You acknowledge, because this is maybe getting back into questioning your own faith. You've acknowledged that there's some inconsistencies with the scriptures. We've got text being added. We have authors who can't agree on events that happened or when they happened, sometimes having 10-year gaps between when they happened. How do you reconcile these?
I don't know how I would reconcile them, because I guess I'm not too I guess on the real depths of theology. Honestly, with a lot of these conversations, stop.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, cats are being stupid. Leave him alone, dude. He's fixed. He can't do anything to you. Leave him alone.
Don't yell at those little angels.
One's being a freaking heathen right now. She's a chill. Anyway, a lot of these conversations I really wish in like college I would have taken this opportunity I had to minor in theology. I wish I would have taken it just to have some sort of deeper understanding on how it all works, I guess. But I guess it's just been more of like a spiritual thing for me, and but yeah, there's a I have a lot of questions too. Obviously, I have a lot of questions too about like why were things added afterwards, things like that, and hopefully,
for example, the purpose of Jesus, the reason why he came down, the reason why God needed to come down in flesh was because the world was wicked. And in order for us to go back to heaven, well, somebody innocent had to be sacrificed. So he took it upon himself to do this. But if
Yeah,
it turns out,
my pastor used to have a thing about that. He was like, God came to a point where he was like, sometimes you got to just do everything yourself. It's like that was a
yes,
pun. I love that pun.
yes. And so if this is what happened, right? Because that's the whole reasoning for Christ to come down is to atone for everybody's sins, right? That's the purpose. That's the entire purpose. And so if we go into the case where like we have between Matthew and Luke, for example, there's a 10-year gap between the birth stories, and most scholars just say, hey, the issue with this is Luke is just wrong. Luke got it wrong. But then if Luke got it wrong, well, Luke is the traveling companion of Paul. So, but if Luke is wrong, well, then we have no reason to trust Paul. But if Luke is okay, if we should trust Luke, well, according to Luke's story, Pilate was removed from office before Jesus could have been crucified. So Jesus never could have been crucified. And these are the issues that we run into with the text is there's not only are they like contradictions, but they have real theological implications with what could have happened. And then we run into some historical narratives concerning Pilate himself. All the historical writers who write about Pilate, because Pilate did exist, but none of them talk about him being this guy that cared about trials. Most of them say that he would literally crucify people without a trial. He didn't care about trials. But that flies in the face of the gospel narrative with the crucifixion. And these are the issues that we run into.
Mm.
Maybe maybe we should put a pin in this for some further research and come back to it later.
What do you think, Noe?
Huh? Put a pin in it. Like,
Yeah, I feel like so you can like look at like there's been some good points presented to you, and we can revisit these points later after you've had a chance to check them out.
Yeah. Sounds like you're kind of distracted at the moment anyway.
oh no, I'm just in deep.
You thinking about what Cyber said?
Thinking about what Cyber said? Yeah.
Well, a lot of what Cyber said, I've had those questions before quite a bit. And I've always been curious on how even the Bible was constructed, and different things like that. Because my time in church, I used to have a lot of questions, and churches hate questions, especially ones that go against what they're trying to push. So,
Wait until you learn about the great Josiah reform.
that's another thing I'm going to have to look into.
Yeah, I think we should come back to this at a later date after you've looked into some of these things, and like we can further the discussion that we're having.
Right.
That'd probably be best.
Hell yeah. No, I appreciate you being up here. I'm going to keep space open, so I'm going to go ahead and set you down while we bring up a new guest. But I hope that you keep questioning and come back to us.
For sure.
As always. Hell yeah. Big W's for Noi.
Big W's for like the guests tonight in general. Like we've got some good questions tonight.
Huge W's for Cyber. Great questions.
Great question, Cyber. Oh, nobody gave me W's earlier when I asked good questions. Because he's not here that much, or because he's a man. It must be the man thing.
Kat, you always have fantastic questions.
Thank you, Cyber. I'm really just giving Thrayle shit because I've been crashing out over misogyny all day.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, what? Misogyny in America? What?
Hey y'all, can I tell you something I believe and see if y'all can disprove it?
No, I need you to wait a moment and give me your age for TikTok TOS.
I'm 21.
I'm not here to disprove your beliefs. I'm not here to take them away. I'm just here to see if you can question them.
Well, I questioned it. I just want to know if y'all can disprove it.
That's not what we're here to do. You just didn't listen to me speak at all. And so we're going to go ahead and sit down, and when you're capable of reading the prompt and giving it a thought, then you're welcome to try again. But since it just seems like you're waiting for a moment to say some trolley bullshit, I'm going to move on.
Why do people just say weird things that are not relevant at all?
You know, and here's the thing. I don't know what Thrayle's religious beliefs are. Like, I have my ideas, but I don't know. I've never asked, and I don't need to, because guess what? That's not the purpose of this live.
Hello.
Hello, Sketch. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
18.
What year were you born?
June 16, 2007. Or 2007.
2007?
Yeah.
Or God's higher power or anything like that?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
No.
Why did you request up?
It just says, can you question your beliefs? I was just wondering, what's this about?
It also says, why do you believe in a God? Questioning beliefs.
Where does it say that?
Debate.
Oh.
Above.
Whoopsie daisy.
Do you see those luscious locks that skeleton has?
They're pretty luscious. I'm a big fan.
Why don't you believe in a God, Sketch?
I don't have any proof yet.
Yet. What do you think would prove to you that a God exists?
Plenty things. Like God could come down and be like, I'm real, you know?
I'm just not in the mood to babysit. I guess the next one was a ghost. Well, I guess if anybody out there has a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We just want to know if you can question it. And if you can, then what is it you believe in? And why do you believe it? Greetings, Michael V. Hell yeah. Is it time for a musical interlude?
It's always time for musical interlude.
We haven't had one yet. I think we've been doing really well.
We haven't yet, but we do have a guest. It may be if they load in. Miss Sir, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Miss Sir Issa, did you mean to join? Okay, well, we're gonna set you down.
We just gonna set you down, you wee little lad.
We're just gonna set you down if you don't actually answer the first question. It's a pretty easy question. They only get harder after that. I don't even know what direction our musical interlude should go. I can't hear the music right now. Is it there? Okay. Well,
Feel like I need to go knock out a side quest in this game real quick while we're listening to this.
is that what it does? Side quest music?
Yeah.
Maybe we need something that steps it up a little bit. I can think of 2 songs that do that. And while we give these songs a listen, let's make sure we all tap the screen, share the live, and if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it. What do you by the time these songs are done?
wrapped in the night. I spoke of love, of dreams and stars. He grinned with wisdom from the world afar. These fragile moments, do they truly last? With every question, he unraveled my past. With each rattle and chime, he questioned every paradigm. Oh, skeleton man, whispering doubt. Under the starlight, we danced about. In this stillness, truth takes flight. He shows me clarity wrapped in the night. In his prison, fears is pain. I found my truth with the skeleton man. Can you question your beliefs? The question of belief is to knock on the door of the house you built in your sleep. Some walls are made of inheritance, some of fear dressed as certainty, some of stories repeated until they forgot they were stories. But curiosity is a quiet crowbar. It does not destroy the house, it opens a window. And suddenly, fresh weather enters the mind. Dust dances in golden light, and you remember you are not the house, you are the sky. It was built beneath.
A belief questioned does not mean a belief betrayed. Only that your spirit has chosen growth over furniture. Ask gently, wonder wildly. Let mystery keep a chair at the table. For the bravest souls are not those who cling to answers, but those willing to fall in love with better questions.
Hello, Ahmad. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Ahmad. Did you mean to join us? Well, I'm gonna guess not. Appreciate you.
Welcome. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God or gods? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your gods. But there is always room for one more in the shed. Step right up, I got doubt for sale. Holy water in a paper pail. Priest says, son, don't poke that sky. Say, why then, why then, why? Gold leaf book with a missing map. Every answer ends in hush that chat. If you got so big and bold, why is he scared of what I'm told? I got questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my own beliefs. If there's a throne in the clouds above me, he can take a joke, or he ain't that mighty. I'm not damned, I'm just finally walking out the thought prison with my questions, clanging like carnival rides set free. Angel on the fly says one true show. Devil in the fine print says you go. Collection plates got more teeth than grace. Bites my wallet, calls it faith. The boss upstairs runs every play. Why's the blame fall down this way? If he made my crooked mind, did he plan these doubts I find? I got questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my own beliefs. If there's a throne in the clouds above me, he can take a joke, or he ain't that mighty. I'm not lost, I'm just gladly walking out the thought prison with mine. Questions, clanging like carnival rides set free. Oh yeah. So here's my prayer to whom it may or may not concern. If you're there, you'll love this mess. If you're not, I'll love it less. I got questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my old beliefs. If there's a God who ever really knew me, he'd laugh along or he'd just unglue me. I'm not scared, I'm just finally breaking out the thought prison with my questions are the only thing that ever set me free.
Hello, Mr. Gary. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Mr. Gary, did you mean to join us? Oh. Hey, did you mean to join us? I'm gonna guess not.
Is that one of yours or one of Michael B's?
Questioning keys? That's mine.
Yeah, I thought Michael B said something in the chat, and I was like, "Is that yours?" Because I thought it was a Thrayle song.
Michael V's was right before that, though.
No, yeah, that one was really good. I think we have like this very similar taste in particular styles of music. It's funny.
Oh, and sorry, Cyber, I did mute you right at the beginning of the song there, but you can unmute again.
No, you can't. You can sit up here, but you have to stay muted the whole time.
No, I mean, it really depends on how loud the controller clicks we're gonna get. But we could hear just a little bit, and I didn't know whether it would be louder
tonight.
Have you seen the queue? It's been wild.
Yes, I have been watching it, and it has been very strange. Why does that happen sometimes?
I don't know. I think it's the algorithm trying things out.
Tav was up here earlier.
I don't know.
I don't know. I just do know that he he participates in lives from all over the world.
Sajid, did you mean to join? Sajid, I need your age for TikTok TOS. Okay.
And that was one of those that was like, maybe not, like, you know?
I recognize a pattern when I see it.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure if I should say it.
Well, like, look, once it starts, it goes for hours. We've done this before. We've been down this road before. So if you have a belief in a God's higher power, anything like that, or you know somebody that does, or you know of somebody that does, or you know somebody that might, whether they can or cannot question their beliefs, it doesn't matter. Get them in here. And because if they can't question their beliefs, can you push the button, Thrayle?
Which button?
The cat button, clearly.
Oh, that button. Like there's another button.
If they
just killed her head and you confess more than you planned. Get it back, what a drag, what a fact, she asked not what it is.
Right. So if they can't question their beliefs, it's fine. We'll get them there. And it's not that the cat button is the only button, it's the cat button is the only button that's relevant right now. So I have a great story to tell you guys that is belief related.
Okay.
You've heard this. I don't actually know if you've heard the whole story. So earlier today, I scroll into a live, and it is a man standing in the middle of a room reading Bible trivia questions off these cards that he has. And on the prompt, it says, like, 7 Bible questions, win $50. Answer 7 Bible questions, win $50. And I clearly sent this to all my very biblically literate atheist friends because I thought that would be really fun. And Rav is great at showing up when I send him things, and so he immediately shows up. And we're sitting there and we're listening to these people just like tank it. And he gives the host a galaxy because he wants to go up and answer the questions. And the host just like completely blows him off. And he starts writing in the chat in all caps about going up. And then I start doing it. And then Everlasting wanders in and starts doing it. And eventually Philly wanders in and starts doing it. But by the time Philly wandered in, me, Rav, and Everlasting, Rav mostly, had rallied a 400-person chat in Rav's favor against the host because he wouldn't let him up. 400 strangers today. Just in like 15 minutes.
Did he eventually let him up?
Nope.
No, he let somebody else up who did win.
Yeah, she did a good job too.
Ended it.
Mm-hmm. I don't think he had the $50.
I don't know. He said he'd cash app it to her, and that was the end.
He looked
I
like...
don't think he expected, like he was fishing for a really tough question at the end while she was pleading for him.
And he turned the comments off.
I know.
And he didn't even get through the question before she had it answered. She knew her shit. Rav was over the moon. It was super fun. Like, it was like 400 strangers just like all in his corner.
I don't know if Noman's gonna join. They're kind of in this loading state. If you'd like to try again, Noman, you're welcome. If, of course, you are here to question your beliefs, try again. And if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, well, that is what we're doing here. Although the backing track is kind of taking center stage, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. And like when it started to happen, when the first couple people from the chat like started to join in, I messaged him and I was like, "Are you really pulling that off right now?" And he's like, "I think so." And then it just, holy shit, dude.
Oh, you made it this time. Hello, Noman. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Noman, are you there? Nope, not hearing you. Well, if you can't answer the first question, we're gonna go ahead and set you down. Appreciate you, Noman. And if anybody does have a belief, go ahead and request stuff.
If you believe in like unicorns or like maybe that you're a mermaid or fire yetis, Martian fire yetis from Mars, anything of the like. Reanimated skeletons with green glowing eyes that are soon going to feed Blake's roses.
Never.
Hey, you leave the green glowing guys alone.
You don't want to be in the skeleton's corner today. Because I've been on a rampage against the patriarchy all day.
What does the skeleton have to do with the patriarchy?
Does the skeleton not have a gender? Oh, really? He's genderless. It's genderless.
What is a gender?
Don't gaslight me.
What is gaslighting?
I'm trying so hard not to laugh right now. Keep your eyes to yourself. Face forward. Oh, keep your eyes all the way to yourself. Shit. Oh, fuck. No, I got the red eyes. The dragon.
What dragon?
You know what dragon?
If you keep saying that, he's gonna start believing it.
Deserves to believe it. Also, if you start again, you're just gone.
They're just tagging.
Yeah. And requesting up and then not saying anything and then...
Maybe we can accept the request. There's another request now.
I think we...
Hello, Ma. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Molly, did you mean to join us?
We have to stop accepting them because that's why we're just going to keep getting them. You see what I'm saying?
Get a guest, yeah.
Yeah, right. We're trying to get a guest, so we keep accepting all the requests, but then they are questionable, and then we're right that they're questionable, and then we just keep getting the same ones, not the same necessarily guests, but the same type of guests.
Feeds itself.
Yeah, I think so. I think if we keep you know what I mean? Remember how many hours we got stuck in this last time?
Was it hours?
We were stuck in this for a good 3 or 4 hours last time it happened.
So what we do is ask them to comment with a welcome chat if you're in queue and have a belief in a god or gods or anything like that. Because now that's happening. Do you think?
Oh, yeah. No, this not the one that yeah.
I don't know.
There is some hope for the one. Oh no, it's gone. Never mind. There's no hope.
Yeah, I accepted and they didn't appear.
Yeah, so it's really important that we share the live tonight because we're gonna get stuck in this fucking loop again, and I don't like it.
Help us, Cat in the Vat. You're our only hope.
I cannot. I have been the only hope all week. I can't. I've been the grown-up all week. And now I'm stomping my feet about it. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. But it's hard to be a grown-up all the time. How do you guys do this? I don't usually have to be the adultiest adult in the room, but I've done it a lot, and it's okay, and I don't mind it. But it's also exhausting. I don't know how you adult all the time.
What is adulting?
Being fair and reasonable and emotionally regulated and having discussions with people without being trying to build bridges. Being the adulty adult.
And you're asking how everyone else does it all the time.
Like you do okay, you do a lot of all those things, all those adult things that I was just described. You do that a lot. I've seen you do it a lot. You do a lot more than I have to, and it's exhausting. High little attitude. Are you a dragon? You're a dragon, huh?
No, he's not a dragon.
He's gonna start thinking he's a dragon though, and he's gonna act like a dragon. I think that little bat with a big dragon attitude would be fantastic.
What do you mean, who gave me a skeleton? I am a skeleton.
Doesn't everybody have a skeleton? Yeah, Thrayle just doesn't have the flesh that goes with it.
I'm pretty sure the skeleton is, part of the package. It'll come with.
Joke's on you guys, I'm actually a jellyfish, so. Actually, didn't I? Y'all thought I was a person this whole time.
No, we thought you were a cat in a jar.
I might be that too.
What do you mean jellyfish?
You said everybody comes with a skeleton. I don't, I'm a jellyfish. Like, got your ass, haha. Thrayle is not amused, and he also doesn't think I'm actually a jellyfish, which is rude.
No, I don't think you think it either.
I might be. It's unlikely, but...
See, already talked yourself out of it.
I'm not good at this whole, like, firm stances thing, right? Like, the fact that I took such a firm stance earlier, it's crazy. I never do that.
We're gonna need to do another musical interlude if we go too much longer without an actual guest.
For wake-up music.
Music?
Yeah, we need
Quick,
wake-up music.
quick, Blake, start dancing.
Joke's on you, I've been dancing this whole time.
Well, stop then, it's not working.
I'm not sure which wake-up music is the best wake-up music. The AI summary says that we are currently discussing if skeletons or jellyfish are real.
Skeleton Q&A showtime.
Oh, that wake-up music. Okay, I found it. It's a huge list I have now, but I did find Skeleton Q&A Showtime and the one that, of course, has to go with it. They're like a pair in my brain now. But before we give them a listen, thank you guys for the 56,000 times you've tapped that screen. That's really awesome. All those really help get us out to the FYP and maybe get somebody curious enough or courageous enough to, I don't know, request up and question their beliefs. That'd be really awesome. Let's keep tapping that screen. And, no, Toad Modu. Not that song. But definitely one of these.
Click clack, midnight on the tiles. He's grinning with his skull on file. Cards flip, every secret face up. Truth or dare, your fragile hopes, huh? Knee socks, shaking in my boots. Lip gloss, tastes like bitter fruit. He says, girl, are you sure you're sure? I say, hit me with one more. Every answer feels like falling. Tiny heartbeats, curtain call. If my faith is just pretending, let it crack or let it glow. Skeleton man, ask me again. Peel back the braid from my trembling hands. I stake every wish I ever planned on your cold bone questions. Skeleton man, I won't hide. Lay all my faith on the firing line. If it breaks, then at least it was mine. Test my true confession. Skeleton Q&A showtime. He taps the hourglass and flies white trust stars that never write back. I see my tiny dreams in his eyes, bare feet on a railway track. Pink pen scribbles on my sleeve, little vows I swore I'd keep. If doubt's a blade, I tell his grin, then watch what shines beneath my skin. Every truth is sharp and shaking, but I'll hold it in my palm. If my faith is just for story, let your shadows prove me wrong. Skeleton man, ask me again. Peel back the braid from my trembling hands. I'll take every wish I ever planned on your cold bone questions. Skeleton man, I won't hide. Lay all my faith on the firing line. If it breaks, then at least it was mine. Test my true confession. Skeleton Q&A showtime. You say, little girl, what if you're mistaken? I say, so what if my heart comes back shaken? If I'm shattered, I'll still shine. Fragile, but it's still my life. Skeleton man, ask me again. Peel back the braid from my trembling hands. I'll stake every wish I ever planned on your cold bone quest. Skeleton man, watch me tonight. Turn every crack to a battle cry. If I fall, I will fall in the sky. Faith in full expression. Skeleton Q&A showtime.
request up and have a conversation. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs. I really am just here to see if you can question them. Me gustó esa idea. Tell me what you really know.答えがあるなら step into the fire shout. If you believe it, say it with your chest. If it's really tripping, let's do the test. No script, no shield, no borrowed faith, just your own voice in this place. Shinjita mono, can I stand right now? Will it break somehow? If it's real, let it breathe. If it's yours, then speak to me. If you believe in a God or anything like that and can question that belief, request up and have a conversation. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs. I really am just here to see if you can question them. Let the whole room shake. Then it will not break. Bring your reason, bring your flame. Say why you believe that name. No hate, no theft, no twisted game. Just come and talk and make your claim. If your faith is strong, it won't run dry. So request up and tell me why. It's real, it's there. Question it, let it live. Show me why you're thinking, yeah. If you believe in a God or anything like that, then can question that belief. Request up and have a conversation. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs. I really am just here to see if you can question them. Come and say it, please. Who tell you up, don't go. Will it stay the same? If you know, then let it show. Speak it now and let it go.
Well, I guess that was a little too much for Cyber. Appreciate you, Cyber.
What?
We lost Cyber. But big W's for Cyber. Great questions tonight. Too bad we didn't have more guests actually request up capable of questioning their beliefs. But thank you so much to Heretical Apothecary and to, I think it was Semper, definitely. Semper for those songs. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you. ApsoFab says, hell nah. Nah, you can't question. No worries, Toad Modu. Appreciate you. We're down to 78 people now. The number is dropping because nobody's requesting. Nobody with a belief, with the capability or the curiosity to question that belief. They just don't exist. I feel like if I keep playing the songs, we're just run the same cycle where no one will request because they simply can't question. Or they're just too busy enjoying the music. And that's awesome too. See, I had a request, and they, yep.
What about the report?
Here, a ghost. It was not. It didn't fit the pattern.
Oh, it was not. Well, you know, sometimes they're just ghosts, right?
I think there's another word for that.
What?
Something like that.
Something like that.
It's a very long list. I found it. But appreciate everybody for the 58,000 times you've tapped that screen. Really, really appreciate all that. But of course, if we keep tapping, we'll get out further to the FYP and maybe get someone curious enough or courageous enough to question their belief. That is, if they even can question it. But let's keep tapping that screen and find out. Hopefully by the end of this song, we'll be well over 60K.
Can you hear us?
Are you
In the light where the voices gather, where each word is meant to be known, there is one we cannot follow, one who stands and stands alone. A name appears, a place is opened, a space is held within the line, but something lingers just beyond us, a voice that never crosses time. I feel them there within the silence, not absent, no, but out of reach. A presence caught between the moments, with something still they meant to speak.
just beyond,
Just unseen,
in the space
in between. The phantom of the Batcolyte is here. The voice we wait for never clear. Call to the light,
to join the ride.
yet held beyond the Batcolyte. We remain,
We do not turn,
for every voice deserves return. No fault, no failing, no forsaking, no judgment in the quiet air.
only the weight of something waiting, and all of us still standing there.
We speak their name into the silence. We leave the space where they should be,
As if the sound might find its pathway and bring them back to what we see. Almost here,
almost near.
like a breath.
We could hear the phantom of the Batcolyte draws near. A fragile sound we almost hear.
Between the dark and offered light,
They linger just beyond our sight.
We hold the place.
We keep the flame.
We do not close upon their name.
You are called.
You are still called
The space remains.
until you arrive.
The phantom of the Batcolyte remains. Unbroken by these silent chains. And if the veil should ever lift, their voice will be the waiting gift. We will hear the moment they are able to show. We are here, waiting for you. We are here, waiting for you.
Welcome to our little corner of the tavern, where the candles burn late and the questions wander freely. Tonight's riddle is a simple one. Can you question your own belief? Not to attack them, not to take them away, just to look at them, turn them around and see how they hold up. If you believe something strongly, can you still ask questions about it? If you think you can, step on up and request. No debates, no battles, just curious minds and good questions. The Batcolyte is open. And the night is young.
Does it ever feel like you've been put on hold?
What do you mean?
I guess this is better than most hold music. It's not usually how it works, Toad Modu, but we'll take your question. What's up?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, lovely. I was just curious, at what point did the night no longer become young? Because if you think about it, with the acceptance of different time zones, it is always night somewhere. Theoretically, night could be young all the time, and old all the time, all the same.
Which is why I'll play that segue at any time during the show.
I quite like that. I was just curious what your answer would be on that.
So, for example, it is 10:30 p.m. for me and 3:30 a.m. for Thrayle.
And it is 4:30 a.m. for me.
The night is young.
Indeed. That was just my question. Thank you. I'll hop down now.
Appreciate you, Tub Mojo. We've questioned Toad a few times, and that's why I gave him the leeway without any, the usual grilling.
Moto taught me that not everybody's brain needs a job.
Can some of them just be sitting on the sidewalk?
I think I would recommend loose brains on the sidewalk, no. But, I mean, to each their own. I've been having a very interesting and eventful evening. There was the donkey jumping out at me. And then I just almost cut my finger off trying to make coconut milk. So, it's been a fun, hour.
Was there a second donkey, and was Jesus on the donkeys?
There is, in fact, 2 donkeys, but no Jesus.
I would say, have you ever seen a bearded man astride the 2 donkeys? Because it might be Jesus per the Bible.
No, the donkeys are usually all by themselves.
Wow, TikTok. The music's either on or off, but no in between. I think we have an actual guest. Hello, Cindy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I should have made you a wager on that.
Yeah, I don't think Cindy actually meant to request it.
Those jams sounded cool, though.
Interesting.
Oh my gosh. It's Trader Joe's Pilgrimage Day. I'm so excited.
I'm not sure what that means, but I have a request. I think it's a sleep request, and I'm going to go ahead and set you back down. But if you meant to request up and you know who you are, go ahead and do it again.
It's the time of month
to question your beliefs.
where I venture into town and get groceries the one day a month.
We do have another request.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 18, 2008, February 11.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I'm a Nicene Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Not exhaustively yet.
Why not?
Not exhaustively yet.
I said, why not?
Oh, why not? I find that it's important to study certain sections, whereas other sections I can wait for later, in a sense.
Do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
Literal, I believe in the stories in the sense that some of them can have some, not mysticism, but rhetorical language. But for the most part, yes, I believe that they're literal.
Do you believe the 6-day creation from Genesis 1?
I don't believe it was 6 literal days. That would be an example of rhetorical language.
You don't believe it's 6 literal days, but you believe that it happened in that order.
In what order?
The order described in Genesis 1.
Yes.
Have you read Genesis 1?
Yes, I've read all of Genesis.
So you said you don't believe it's 6 literal days. What does that mean?
I don't believe that in the way that we understand a day, that God created the heavens and the earth in 6 literal days, like 6 counts of 24 hours.
Why?
I believe that there was rhetorical language used that is also used in, I believe, the Psalms that say that a day to God is 1,000 years and 1,000 years is like a day to God. So I don't believe that 6 literal days passed throughout the creation story. I believe that it could have been billions of years.
You say there's a rhetorical language. Is that how it reads in Hebrew?
I don't know Hebrew, but I do know that Moses is known for his rhetorical language and accounts in Hebrew. So I wouldn't doubt it, or I wouldn't discredit it.
What do you mean when you say rhetorical?
When I say rhetorical, I mean he uses literary devices to
Is that rhetorical or figurative?
I would argue that figurative language falls under the category of rhetorical language.
Why would
through
you
the
argue?
symbolism?
Why are you arguing?
Because I feel like you've created a dilemma between whether it's rhetorical or figurative.
Are you here to argue?
No, I'm here to try and answer any questions that you might have about my beliefs.
I see. So you didn't really read the prompt, you just decided it was us questioning you about your beliefs.
If you question me, then maybe I'll question myself or my
So
beliefs.
you're not here to actually question yourself.
I believe that it was implied
You
by
already
the...
question yourself in any way.
Yes.
Are there any parts of your belief that you question more than others?
Yes.
Such as?
Most recently, I was exploring the depths of Islam and objections against Christianity, and there was an interesting video about the violence in the Old Testament that convicted me in a sense to continue to research it more. So it was talking about the quote-unquote rape of women and children in the Old Testament, to put it briefly. So I did question a bit there, and then I don't know if I questioned it or if it just inquired me to research more.
So not really you questioning your beliefs, just an anecdote about how you watched a Islamic video that was anti-Christian.
What would you say is questioning a belief?
I'm not here to answer your questions, so that's probably a better question for you to answer. When you see that prompt, can you question your beliefs? What does that mean to you?
Well, when I read the prompt, it sort of has a negative connotation against the assumed beliefs, but looking at it without the connotation, I can say that I would interpret the prompt to unbiasedly mean, can I ask questions about my beliefs or inquire about my beliefs, in a sense.
What is the negative connotation that you say you're having to ignore?
The negative connotation would be that it is almost implied by the prompt that questioning a belief would entail the shaking of one's faith in said belief.
Fascinating.
If one's belief is sound, why would questioning it necessarily lead to a dissolution of that belief?
It's possible for the believer not to have an exhaustive knowledge of the depths of the belief and to understand truly how sound the belief is.
Are you more worried about impressing people by how smart you think you sound, or actually communicating and questioning your beliefs, actually participating? Which concerns you more?
Well,
participating or impressing people with your vernacular?
I do say I love the speech that I can speak, but representing Christianity means more to me than
So neither. That's not
any
answering my
vernacular
question at all.
Well, I would say that it leads to the latter of your,
Hi,
of
I'm
your
talking to you.
answer.
It does.
Hello.
I don't think it does. And Kat speaking, go ahead.
How does one not have a deep understanding of the belief and still have a sound belief?
Is that a question for me?
Did anybody else say that? Am I imagining things?
No, but a woman asked, so now he doesn't know what to do.
It's a wrong day to do that to me.
Sorry if I offended you in any way, but to to answer your question, I would say that it's entirely possible for one to question their beliefs, even if it's sound, and not to have the depth of knowledge required to not question their
Strange
beliefs,
that you said
because
that was answering my question because it didn't.
okay, can you go ahead and re-articulate your question then?
How could one possibly have a sound belief if they do not understand the belief system deeply?
Sound belief, as in the belief in of itself is strong, not that the believer's faith is strong, but that the belief in of itself can be defended with proper knowledge. It's not assumed that the believer has the proper knowledge.
That's, you know, that it's like nonsense, right? Like,
He's not communicating with you. He's trying to impress people with his vernacular and represent Christianity. He's in no way here to participate in the exercise. He thinks he's impressing someone. He's not. Go ahead, Blake.
Yeah, like, you realize rhetorical means to, like, persuade somebody. So, like, do you think that Moses was, like, trying to, or no, I forget if you said Moses or Noah, were they, like, trying to persuade somebody into something? Like, that's where this is coming from.
Well, rhetorical language can be used to persuade through many different literary devices, but that's not the only use of rhetorical language.
What is rhetoric?
Rhetoric would be the literary devices used to articulate a point beyond the literal reading of a text.
That's what the word means.
Yeah, I would say that's a good colloquial definition. Kind of encompasses all the uses of rhetoric.
What are all the uses of rhetoric?
I would say that the uses of rhetoric are there's a multitude of uses of rhetoric that I probably couldn't name all of.
He's not capable, Kat.
Then how did you possibly give me a definition that encompasses all the uses of rhetoric?
Well, it doesn't follow that because I can't list all of the uses of rhetoric that I can't give an all-encompassing definition, because the uses of rhetoric or the rhetorical language is used to convey a message beyond the literal reading of a text.
How could you possibly
define
a word?
Capable. Sorry, Kat.
No, you're doing it too.
I did it. I didn't mean to.
How could you possibly define a word and say this encompasses all the possible uses of the word, and I don't know all the possible uses of the word? Do you see how that doesn't work?
I'm not tracking.
Yeah, that's pretty clear, isn't it?
That was the closest I think you were going to get, though.
If I didn't have chicken hands right now... Sorry, you're going to have to deal with the frogs for a minute.
No, that's fine. So you just didn't hear her question, or you just...
I'm not tracking how her question follows.
Because I'm too stupid. Yeah.
Not tracking how it follows. Can you repeat it back?
Yeah, so what I interpreted from this question is, how can I provide the definition, how can I provide an all-encompassing definition when I cannot provide all of the potential uses of the word rhetoric?
And you don't
That just can't
track the
provide. You
question.
don't know. You
I,
didn't
I
say
don't
can't
understand
provide.
how
You
that
said I don't
follows.
know all the uses, right? So if you don't know all the uses of a word, how could you possibly then turn around and say, but this definition includes all the uses of the word, even though I don't know what they all are?
Well, I don't have to list context-specific uses of rhetoric to give you an all-encompassing definition, because rhetoric is used to give a message beyond the literal reading of something. So that's what rhetoric is used for.
Are
That's the
you
definition of
sure?
rhetoric.
That's the
Are
definition.
you
That's
sure
the full
that's what
definition.
rhetoric
It
is?
encompasses all the uses of the word rhetoric. The arrogance on this child. Go ahead.
Could you give me an example of rhetoric that would
I can
not
give you the
entail
actual definition of the word rhetoric for one. It's the art of like persuasive speech. It's the art of using language to persuade somebody of something.
Wow, that sounds nothing like what he just arrogantly concluded was all-encompassing and includes all the uses of the word. Fascinating. Are you sure, Blake? What was your source?
The dictionary. Yeah. So
Like multiple degrees.
yeah, it.
Went to college. I don't know. He like learned words.
But an 18-year-old who just turned 18 a month ago told you that it included
You know what?
all possible uses of the word rhetoric.
Here's the thing, kid. It's okay to not know things, but it's not okay to arrogantly assert that you do when you don't.
I think I don't know was too scary for him.
Huh?
I think I don't know is too scary for him. Maybe when he grows up a little bit and recognizes that he doesn't know everything, learns to question a few things.
I
Maybe
wonder
he
what
could
it's
try
like.
again.
I wonder what it's like to know everything.
That's pretty good.
Shut up. Get out of here. Nobody asked you. I haven't really seen him all day. He doesn't know how wrong you all are.
He's included.
Oh, he's absolutely included, yeah.
Hello, real Mr. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Batcolyte, I'm 31.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in infinite amount of higher powers spanning across an infinite number of dimensions. So it's just like fish in the ocean theory, basically, but across dimensions. So we've just got bigger and bigger entities with more and more control over more dimensions, but are more limited
I'm sorry,
because
stop
of
for
the
a moment.
infinite
Stop
nature
for a
of
moment.
dimensions.
Stop for a moment.
Sorry.
Stop. What the fuck are you talking about?
So I'm just saying there's an infinite number of higher powers, point one, spanning an infinite number of dimensions.
What's a dimension?
Also, you're
So
a
we live
little
in
loud.
3-4.
If you could just bring it down like a couple notches.
Are you drunk right now, Mr.?
Very high. I'm always high to dull my mind.
Let's keep moving forward. Hello, pomegranate. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do believe in an ultimate higher power.
An ultimate higher power? What does that mean?
Like one singular source of energy.
What is energy?
Energy constructed the universe that we now inhabit.
I'm sorry, the universe was constructed by a vibration?
It was It was constructed by. There are vibrations in our universe. That's how all matter was formed and interacts with each other now. And I do believe that there was a central source from which all that energy expanded.
And again, what is energy?
I don't know how to explain energy to you. Energy is the movement of atoms, the excitement of atoms, the vibration of matter.
My friend, don't explain energy badly and then condescend about it, please.
So is it fair to say you don't know what energy is?
I feel like I wasn't condescending. So why would my definition of energy being inaccurate or incorrect disprove my belief?
Why do you think we're trying to disprove anything?
All right, then what are you asking? What's your question then?
If you don't know what something is, could you possibly have a sound belief in it?
For example, if you put down a cornerstone of a house and you think it's stone, but then it turns out it's actually air, do you think like the rest of the building that you're building on top of it is going to be sound? Thank you, Rad, for this.
No, I don't fully understand how nuclear energy works. I don't know all of the workings of it chemically, but I believe it exists.
The energy's gone nuclear. So before we get to nuclear, we still need to know what energy is.
Why do you need to know exactly how something works and what exactly something is to believe it exists?
Well, we're not talking about believing it, whether it exists or not. We're talking about like whether you can further build other ideas off of that if you don't fully understand what that is.
Well, I'm explaining my belief. I'm not trying to define.
We're not here for you to explain it. We're here to see if you can question it. Did you just think you get to come up and just project?
No, I'm ready to question it. I
don't think you are.
Well, that's what we're trying to do.
I would love to be pushed on it.
We're questioning you right now, and you're getting defensive and upset and acting like, what's wrong with me believing a thing? We're asking you if you can question your belief. Why did you request up if you can't question it? If you're just going to act ridiculous.
Because he's so fucking right, dude.
What the fuck?
He's so right.
I think he's trying to leave. I don't think he knows why he came up here. He's stuck in that teacup.
Kat's so ready to box, and I'm so here for it.
Oh, dude, I crashed out earlier, and man, not here, obviously, but all the men are wrong.
I can sense the punchiness through the Wi-Fi.
Today, every man is wrong and doesn't know anything.
I don't know what she's talking about.
Case in point, doesn't know shit.
I'm just imagining you stepping around the bus like a boxer right now.
I'm actually outside in the kitchen making a chicken coconut curry with jasmine rice.
Oh my god, that sounds amazing.
Really good cook.
And to be fair, all men are wrong and shitty is a pretty good rule of thumb to go by. So.
And you don't know anything.
Oh yeah, that too.
The amount of men that have just hopped on board with me because they can tell I need it today is really, you guys are great. I really appreciate that.
Are you saying that there are some men that know something?
My chicken was sizzling and I couldn't hear you what. No, like literally, I mean that.
I said, are you saying there are some men that know something?
No.
Oh,
No, I told you that, and you just agreed.
if they agreed, if they already even agreed, doesn't that mean they knew something?
It's real. It doesn't.
What is knowledge?
You guys can blame KD for the fact that you don't know anything, because really, I was just saying you guys are all wrong all the time about everything, but also, he reminded me that you didn't know anything either.
I don't know.
Exactly. So you get it.
But if you get it, if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or something like that, and you are capable of questioning that belief, and I don't know isn't so scary to you, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to tear you down or burgle your gods. We really just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
I think there are some people in the chat that are taking that little exchange way too seriously.
I think something about sowing and reaping.
One's in the chat if you know men don't know anything.
They're always wrong.
Wait, if you know men don't know anything, isn't that again something that they would have to know?
Well, no, if you're a woman, you can know.
If you know that you don't know something, don't you know something?
I know nothing.
Do you know that?
I know nothing.
I feel like this is going to be an endless loop unless we get somebody curious enough or courageous enough to actually question their belief. Healing Through Nature says, I enjoy questioning my operating system. Interesting. Why do you call it an operating system? consider it a programming? Is it put into you and must be adhered to in this way? It raises a lot of questions. Even thinking of it as an operating system. But whether it's an operating system or a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, if you can question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument. I'm not looking to tear you down. I'm not looking to make you look like a fool. Though you might do that one on your own. I really am just here to see if you can question whatever it is you believe in. And if you can, well then I might have a few questions for you. Hello, Healing. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
36.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do.
And which god is that?
I would consider the way I see God as love and energy. Endless love and energy.
What is energy?
Everything.
Do you understand why that is counterproductive and doesn't actually make any sense?
It makes sense to me. I grew up with a more religious culture. My parents were Muslim, and then my dad converted to Christianity, and I was exposed to, through my own experience, it did not feel as authentic for me until I could feel myself in it, and I could feel it running through myself. So my personal
I don't know what any of
experience.
that means, but I'm still trying to figure out what energy means, and you said it means everything. Kat asked if you understood how that was counterproductive. I'm guessing you don't, and that's fair. So, when you say energy is everything, what does that actually mean?
So, are you essentially asking what I believe God means to me? Because for me, it's
No,
that.
he's literally asking you, what do you mean by energy?
You already said God was energy and love.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I was asking what energy was before I asked what love is. But energy, so far, is everything. So that would include love, so why even say God is love? So I'm assuming that you mean that God is something. But what is the thing that is the energy?
So, as a person, in a way, I see myself separate too. There's a sense of self and there's a sense of everything else. And God is everything else and the sense of self united. And so when I say energy is everything, I mean as in the connection to all things that exists and the creation of all things that exists. There is a connection within everything that exists.
Sorry, what does the word creation mean there?
Creation, everything that you've ever heard of or experienced there has been created.
What does that mean?
Whether you believe it's through nature or through humanity or imagination, those are all creations. And
what does creation mean?
Creation for me is to create, is to anything that exists is a creation.
So just existing is creation.
Absolutely.
So when you're using that word, you're not implying that you're, well, are you implying that your God is the cause of existence, or are you just saying things that exist?
That's a good question. Is God the cause of existence? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Is God the cause of existence? I don't know. I don't know if that really resonates with me, like the cause of existence. Like, I don't know what that means, that it's the reason for it, right? And I don't know, that does just not something I've pondered before, and it doesn't ring true inside of me. What do you believe creation is?
What I believe doesn't make a difference to this exercise.
Okay.
So your belief in God is as a love energy that is your identity and everything else, and the thing that is binding them all combined. Is that correct? It's just...
Yeah.
Is it every poetic metaphor for something all-encompassing?
I would say, like, yeah, that would be accurate. That for me, in my experience, what I feel to be true is in union with a lot of religions. But personally, I haven't found one that I felt is in alignment with natural, what feels like natural law to me, and that I could truly, wholeheartedly agree with every single thing within that traditional religion.
Sure, I'm not really concerned about that if you're not identifying with religion. I'm more curious why you think there is something there that you would call a God, but you're just saying God is what exists. Is that accurate?
God is like, when I say God is like energy, and then from that energy is like the life force that is like the invisible thread that connects everything, that runs through everything.
Is there anything that is not God?
That's a great question. And I want to say no.
If there is nothing that is not God, then you're essentially saying God is everything, all that exists. So then, how is it you're able to distinguish what is God from what isn't, if you're saying there's nothing that isn't? How is it doing anything more than the word everything?
But why would I need to distinguish what is not God?
My question is, what use is the label here? If you're saying that everything is God, what is God doing there? Why not just use the word everything?
You can absolutely use the word everything. I don't actually think you need to label it.
Beliefs.
Yeah, like personally, I don't really use I don't really use like God in my regular language personally. It's not a term that is that I use very much. And I think it's like
So then
I
for
don't
you,
really
it's not.
I don't
It's
see
not
why it needs a
God.
label. Yeah,
Well,
because I don't worship it, you know? Like it's not something I worship. I just feel connected. And I also feel
what does that mean? Feel connected.
well, this could flare up. I feel God within me. I feel I am God and God is me. I feel that
For someone who doesn't use God very much, you just used it 3 times.
well, it's the way that the context of this conversation, right? So in a sense, like I am connected to the universal pool of energy and it is within me. It reminds me of a roomie.
Connected to a universal pull of energy. What does that mean? Universal pull of energy. Pool? Are you saying pool with 2 O's or pull with a U?
2 O's.
So a pool of energy.
Mm.
What does that even mean? A pool of energy. So energy pools like a liquid.
Like a connection. Like everything is connected and has the breath of life, like the actual existence. So if you ever hear of people having near-death experiences, there's a kind of a common experience that a lot of people have shared where
I'm sorry, I need you to stop for a moment. You're not really answering my question. Do you remember the question I asked?
the pool of energy.
Does energy pool like a liquid? And so you're saying that it doesn't.
No, it's more like not a liquid. Imagine.
So what is energy?
Have you seen the imagery of the flower of life?
I said, what is energy?
Well, you're asking a question and then you're jumping to another question.
I asked a question, what is energy? And you're asking me about flowers.
No, I think you're being a little condescending and defensive. It doesn't feel like you're actually really open to hearing what I'm saying.
Over?
Well, you clearly you're not listening because I asked you if you've seen the imagery of the flower.
So that was your answer
life,
to,
and you're saying that I'm
your
talking
answer
about
to
flowers.
what is energy.
It's like rage quit order round
that was
2.
my answer
This is
to
absolutely ridiculous.
the pool
This
of
person
energy.
is incoherent.
You guys are so
What was the thing she
woke.
Woke.
We're so woke.
We're so woke.
I mean, man, I live in the jungle with the hippies. I can't help it.
That could have gone a very different direction, apparently. I don't know why you're saying I'm not being fair. Fascinating. I do not know who was next in queue, but we'll go ahead and guess. Namas, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 43.
And
1982.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm still in wonderment and finding out and trying to figure out. Still like a baby, I suppose.
You're still in wonderment.
Like I'm still, I say, like I'm finding out new things every day, and every day is a new beginning. And the more you try and question things, the more beliefs you have. So, in a way, you have to kind of not believe in nothing to be in the moment of realization.
Fascinating. So to answer my first question, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I think
in a state of
if I
wonder
didn't
that
have a
you're
belief, if I didn't have a belief, I wouldn't wake up in the morning, and at my worst moments, whatever
fascinating.
keeps
I'm
me
going to go
through.
ahead and move on to somebody who's going to answer questions directly. Let's try again. Another time, Namas. Fascinating. Is it me?
I am not. This is like asking if you asking me if it's you right now. It would be like asking me if the music is playing.
It'd be like asking you if there's a what?
If the music's playing, like I have no way to objectively tell, because it's also me. I think
Playing. There's music.
I'm not making any I'm not making any assertions about the music.
Well,
right. What Regulus said that right there.
Wait, it was a 42.
The last guess, Thrayle.
He said 43.
Oh, okay. Did you eat those lion's manes?
No.
Did you eat the other half of the thing?
Yes.
I had a feeling.
It was hours ago.
Yeah, I know, and you're still just riding along.
Hello, Jonathan. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Jonathan, did you mean to join us?
Yes, actually I did.
Awesome. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, absolutely. I am 48 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it?
No, sir, I'm an atheist. But I wanted to join up because you remind me of an old friend I used to have. The way you talk, the way you present yourself, and your thoughts. My old friend, he has passed on, but you remind me so much of him.
Interesting. Well,
And that's a compliment, because he was a dear friend of mine.
I'll take it as that. But Jonathan, I'm curious. When you say that you're an atheist, does that mean that you believe there are no gods, or does that mean that you lack belief in a god, or do you see a difference?
I don't do belief. Either I know it or I don't. I do science. I do facts. I don't do belief. Now, I was raised religious.
So then, to be clear, when I asked, is atheism for you a lack of belief or a belief there are none, you said you don't do belief, so you're saying it's a lack of belief, not a positive belief there are no gods.
Hang on a second. Oh, Jesus. Oh. I'm going to go outside and have a cigarette, and I'm going to love this conversation.
Don't know how long it'll be, I promise. I only have a few questions for atheists. We're generally just trying to see what believers believe and why. But I
Yeah, like I said, I'm not a believer. Like I said, I don't do belief. It's not a thing for me.
Right. So do you lack belief? Or do you have belief there are no gods?
Hang on, just give me a couple of seconds. Hang on.
John, I kind of asked that question now 3 times, and I feel like I'm getting dodged on it. And I'm going to go ahead and set you down while you figure out all of your room-to-room background noises, all of them we're hearing. And we're going to see if the next guest believes. But if you want to question your atheism again, welcome to try some other time when there's no believers.
How's everybody's Monday morning feeling?
Like it's a Monday morning. I do want to make sure, while it's fresh on my mind, that I thank Tricera Bear and Cat the Witch. See, now it did give me the list. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You guys are all awesome. Jonathan, I understand you just wanted to converse, but I want to question someone who's capable of questioning whatever it is they believe. You kept saying you don't do belief, and you refused to answer the question, the really simple question I asked 3 times about what atheism means to you. So I politely decided to move on rather than listen to you walk through your house. But, like I said, you're welcome to request another time when you're able to focus on it and there's no believers believing and questioning. Hello, Quran. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? It's an interesting choice of name. Quran, aka. Well, that was my question, Petal, to the previous guest. Hey, Quran, if you're not going to speak up and give us your age, I'm going to go ahead and set you back down. But maybe you have a belief in a god or gods or something like it. Maybe you can question your beliefs. If you can, go ahead and request a feels like if I accept the next one in queue, it's going to start that cycle again.
Yeah, don't you fucking dare. Don't push that accept button. We like almost are out of it. Oh, that one we can hear. Okay, let's do that one.
I had a technical difficulty, but let's try that again.
Master of the story. Whole world's in a glory.
Hell yeah. Good morning, Morgan.
We missed you this weekend.
I heard.
We missed you so much. You're not allowed to like do things without us anymore.
Good morning.
I am also excited that you are here and awake because this means that when I decide I am ready to go to sleep, there is still an adult.
Fair.
Wait, am I not an adult anymore?
Okay. Any things that have excluded you from being the adult today?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Your manness is one of them. And then the other thing too. That is the worst cue I have ever seen.
We will, one that you know isn't in pattern.
That's...
Do we?
Maybe.
I mean, did you see the profile?
That might be a real person.
I mean, it might be a real person, but
Well, in all fairness, I guess they've all probably been real people of some sort.
I think they all were. I mean, I really think they all are. I just don't think they're all here to question their beliefs. We can try this one. Hello,
Hey.
Miss. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 30.
Oh,
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god do you believe in?
I don't know if I believe in any specific named god, but I do believe in a higher power, yeah.
What does that mean, higher power?
You know, some kind of greater conscious force in the universe that you know, dictates or maybe sways fate kind of thing.
Conscious force that sways or dictates. Did you say fate?
Mm-hmm.
What is fate?
The outcome of our lives, our futures, and the results of our choices.
So fate is the result of our choices.
And also, you know, just unpredictable events that happen to us.
How is that fate?
I think when people say fate, that's what they're referring to.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And you think that something dictates that?
Yeah, or has some kind of foresight on it. Mm-hmm.
Wait, are you saying that something dictates our choices? Like something external to us?
No, I think that there is, you know, a higher conscious force that can see the outcome of our choices, whether we make this choice or that choice. I think that God, or whatever you want to call it, is the one that can see how that's going to play out.
Why would he, can he do anything about it? Can it do anything about it?
I mean, I think maybe there's some level of intervention that can happen if you're really like taking a bad path, yeah.
What is there like
What's intervening?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Did
was there
you
a
hear
question?
Morgan's question?
No, I didn't.
What is intervening?
sending signs, messages through maybe like dreams or intuition, coincidence, that kind of thing.
I mean, what is intervening? What is making the action to intervene in those bad paths, as you said?
I mean, it's not going to be like you're immediately steered away. I think that we always have an element of choice, but it's like if you're struggling with, I don't know, addiction or something, and then you come across somebody who shares a story that speaks to you very personally, and it's your choice whether or not you want to take that advice. But it's like that coincidence of like, running into this person or running into this story. I feel like that is a mode of intervening. Yeah.
I'm not asking you to define the word intervention or intervening. I'm asking you what is.
A force that intervenes. Yep.
Well, I mean, we all know what intervening is.
What is
so I'm not sure what the question,
What do you mean
what
by
is intervening?
force?
I'm not sure what that means.
Right, it means what is the thing doing the intervening? And in your case, you're saying it's God. God intervenes in fate.
Well, it's a circular answer because it's a circular question.
No, the question isn't circular. How is a question circular? That doesn't even make sense.
Because we already knew what the subject matter was, and we're already talking about that's the role of God.
Right, but
So here's how these conversations work best. If you pretend like we have never heard the word God, like that's how it's gonna work.
yeah, but they're here to argue. They're not really here to question. They're here to convey, convince, and
I'm confused by what Morgan was asking, honestly.
we've already established
Well, what Morgan was asking was as if she has never heard the word God before. And you said you believe in this thing, and this is what it does. Can you tell me what it is that does these things?
And this is where I'm confused, because are we assuming that we don't know what God is, or are we assuming that we do?
This is trolling.
I just say.
This is really bad trolling.
Not trolling. I'm honestly just trying to find what's the base level of the conversation.
What did I just say to you?
Why are you even here? Why did you request up?
Because I believe in a God, and the prompt says, why do you believe in a God? And I wanted to answer the prompt.
Just that one. So you're not here to question your beliefs in any way.
I mean, I can question it, but what is the question?
This is really bad trolling. Goodbye. Don't come back.
It wasn't. Okay.
It's
I
really
also-
boring trolling.
I don't think it was a troll. I just...
Yeah, I don't think so either.
They've been here before, and they do this.
Oh?
They become pedantic and yeah, I'm not.
It is confusing to me, though. Like I said a bunch of times, pretend like we don't know what God is, right? Should I just pour my curry over my rice and just like mix it all together all like...
Yes.
Like all the curry over all the rice? I think that's the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Hello, Meta. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 23.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I have. We've spoken before, and you were very good at helping me question my beliefs. I am a form of panpsychist, so I believe God is everything, and consciousness specifically.
What do you mean when you say consciousness?
Yeah, so it's this sort of, I don't mean egocentric consciousness. I don't necessarily even mean like human awareness. I mean sort of an immaterial substance that is the necessary conditions to hold everything together, which is everything.
Why are you calling that consciousness?
Yeah, I think it is the closest semantic bridge we have to understanding an immaterial substance to this level.
Do they actually? Can you give your definition for consciousness one more time?
Consciousness in this context is the immaterial substance that everything comes from. And I don't even know if immaterial is the best word.
How does that sound like consciousness at all?
Because the consciousness, at least in my worldview, it seems to be the only or the closest thing we can come to sort of understanding the immaterial nature of reality. It's the only way we access reality as well to make any sort of claims, because we're observing everything through consciousness.
Did that answer your question, Blake?
Yeah, it's just, if you're saying that you're experiencing it through consciousness, so you're calling it consciousness, couldn't you call anything consciousness?
Yes, because everything is consciousness. Yes. In this worldview.
But that's not the same thing, right? Like, how is that a useful way to communicate with people if you have to explain that? Why are you using a proprietary definition for the word consciousness when you could have just said the other thing?
So the only reason I say it is because of this context, being philosophy. Obviously, if we're in a physics context, things aren't conscious on this level of analysis. But just because I assume this was sort of a philosophical conversation, on this level of analysis, I would say it's all consciousness, because all of our claims...
But even within a philosophical context, like, that's not how the term consciousness is used, correct?
If you're coming from a materialist worldview, which is not what I'm coming from a analytical idealist. So I'm an idealist worldview, which is consciousness is the center of it all and is everything.
So you define this worldview into being by using a proprietary definition.
Yeah, the reason having this proprietary definition for consciousness, doesn't that mess up the definition of idealism?
You might have to flesh that out a bit for me.
Because the consciousness within idealism is based off of the definition, like the normal definition of consciousness, like the awareness. And so to then be applying a proprietary definition within a worldview that is built off of the actual definition of consciousness, like, do you see how that starts to make things kind of mess up there?
Sure. So there's two distinctions, and this is the difference between idealism and panpsychism. So idealism is saying everything is consciousness, whereas panpsychism is saying everything is conscious. So awareness is different in these cases. Consciousness, the world is made out of consciousness, and the world is conscious are two sort of different things. And I'm saying...
So are you saying you're idealist or panpsychist?
I'm kind of a bit of both, and honestly, it's more. This is where my agnosticism comes in, because I want to be questioned on my beliefs, and I do flip flop between them. What I am definitely sure about is materialism isn't the answer. I think these two pathways are a lot closer to the answer.
Why would materialism not be the answer?
Yeah, because there's a explanatory gap within materialism. Consciousness just isn't explanatorily explained in those tautological words.
Is it that there's a gap? Is it that there's a gap because there is some metaphysics to it, or is it that maybe there's a gap because we don't understand the function, like how the brain functions as a whole?
Potentially. So yes, obviously, because this is a live stream about me questioning my beliefs, I will give credit that there is a chance that we just don't know enough about consciousness, and materialism will eventually explain it. But to be fair, I do see that as more unlikely than the alternative position that consciousness is intricate or integral to the world from the first place.
Why do you see that as less likely? Why did the world exist without conscious beings?
Well, again, this is we in that question you're asking me there. It's presupposing my consciousness is egocentric, and that consciousness is only limited to human beings. But this consciousness is...
it didn't presuppose either of those things.
Because consciousness was obviously before humans. Yeah.
I didn't say anything about humans. I said nothing.
Did consciousness exist before human awareness? Was that the question?
Nope, that is not at all what I said. I said, did the world exist without conscious beings?
Did the world exist without conscious beings? Could you, just so I'm answering it fairly, could you tell me what you mean by conscious beings? Egocentric or not egocentric?
Whatever you mean.
Your definition of it is.
So, it's a spectrum, right? Because it's not binary. So, for example, I think Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthals are both conscious beings, but they're definitely different. In the same way, a tree might be a conscious being to some extent, but it's definitely different to a dog or a fish. Because it's a spectrum for me, right? It's not binary like it just... So at one point...
on that spectrum, has there ever been an Earth no consciousness?
Sorry, say that again, please.
Did the Earth exist without any conscious beings of any type, whatever you want to define as a conscious being?
I think there was always some level of proto-awareness, yes.
Why would you think that?
Because I think it's a spectrum and it doesn't ever stop. It doesn't ever just go to nothing.
So if there's nothing living, what is conscious?
Well, there's definitely living things in a pragmatic sense. Like, when was Earth made? Right, 4 billion years ago. At one point, it was just rocks and stuff, right? Before all the evolutionary processes.
Rocks and water, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And obviously, from my understanding of this history, there was something in, because different theories. It depends, right? Are you a panspermist or whatever it is, where life came from?
It doesn't matter what I think. What matters is I'm asking you when the Earth was just rocks and water, did it exist? Was there an Earth that just was rocks and water, no living beings?
I don't know the science because it's a scientific question. Maybe I don't know if it affects me either way, but I'm happy to be agnostic on it or accept either or, because it just happy following it through.
What I'm saying is if it did, then the idea that the world is contingent upon consciousness doesn't work.
Well, but he's defining consciousness. Your definition of consciousness. It's not pulling up on Google that way.
Sorry. My personal definition of consciousness is definitely a colloquial and an informal one. If you are looking for what I look up to is something like analytical idealism. So if you're looking for the closest thing, maybe like...
Slow down. Just what yours is, your colloquial definition. What is it again?
Um, there's different. Like I could say, consciousness is everything. Consciousness is the fundamental preconditions to
That's a tag
instantiate reality.
argument now. So let's get past the weird tag argument for consciousness. Go ahead and tell me what the definition of consciousness is without the weird Philbro jargon.
No, you're right, and this
clearly...
might be something I have to question, because I don't know if I have a perfect definition that applies to all things, because there's different levels of analysis here. And I think the key to understand what I'm kind of saying is that it's the spectrum of consciousness. So I can say consciousness on like the Earth's consciousness as an ecosphere within the solar system.
Stop. You're getting into a sermon. You're not actually answering the question. Blake, you had something to add or question there.
Yeah, I just don't think that you have like a clear enough. Like, we've asked you your definition of consciousness, and you've changed it several times, and you're bouncing between two different philosophies that are both completely based off of consciousness. So it's like becoming impossible to question what you actually believe, because it doesn't seem like coherent. And like, how can you like proclaim that anything is a necessary precondition?
Yeah, sure. So the way I do that is answering, did we come, and then tell me if you guys agree or not. I think it's a dichotomy that either we came from nothing or that something was always here. So even as an atheist or spiritual person, I believe in like a cyclical, eternal universe model. And to me, that means the universe is necessary, or some part of the universe is necessary.
Necessary to what?
Has to exist. It could not have existed.
Right, but why? What is it a necessary quality of?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand that last question. It would be the thing I'm struggling to define would be the thing that is necessary, which is part of all of us, but obviously we're caught in the material world as well.
Why are you saying that it's necessary? You're basically saying that something always existed and that something was conscious, so it was necessary.
Yes.
Is that what how is that make it necessary? It's just assumption.
You're just declaring something as necessary.
Sure. So let me take that back a second.
Proving like that something is necessary.
Do you guys just want to know which bit you accept? Do you accept that a part of the universe could be necessary?
We're not going to accept or not accept or agree or disagree. The point is for you to question.
Sure.
Your beliefs.
Sure.
Like, why are you declaring necessary preconditions? Like, why is there a necessity? Like, besides to say that this philosophical idea is correct?
Because I think it's objective that we either came from nothing or there was always something. So in my mind, it's objective that, because I reject that we came from nothing, and I think any healthy philosophy person would say this, that we couldn't have come from nothing. So there must be something.
What does
about
that have to do with necessary preconditions at all?
Because if something was always here, then it is a necessary precondition.
How did you determine that?
Because that's just the definition of necessary.
What is the definition of necessary?
Something that it's the opposite to contingent, so it's self-sustaining, always existed.
Just because something is self-sustaining and always existent, does that mean it is necessary for everything else?
Everything that is.
So, like, is that sort of like you're saying like a first cause thing? Is it? Does it have to be the first cause?
No, and I'm really tired of you like trying to read some subtext into what I say to you. I'm asking you exactly what I intend to ask.
Sure, I just don't understand it.
Repeat it back. Do you remember what her question was?
Oh, me? Sorry, mate. It's 4:20. I've the short memory of a goldfish. But please, I'm engaged and I'm wanting to. But please ask me again.
Just because something has always existed and is self-sustaining, does that make it necessary for all the other things to exist?
Yes. Because if something is necessary, then that has to be the first cause, which was the subtext I was reading into, right?
Right, and so you're still reading subtext into the question.
I'm answering it because I think that's how I answer the question. I'm not trying to be bad faith, I promise.
So everything that is necessary, anything that is necessary must be infinite, always existing, always was there.
Yes.
Anything necessary.
Yes, in a sense. And this is on a fundamental level of analysis. So the things...
Fundamental level of analysis of the word necessary.
So, for example, my finger isn't necessary, right? My finger might
isn't necessary for what?
My finger's a material thing that will eventually decompose. So the finger itself isn't necessary.
Right,
but as a whole, the universe is.
Are chocolate chips necessary for chocolate chip cookies?
No.
They're not.
Probably not.
How are they not?
Because, actually, it's actually interesting. I don't know where you guys are from. In the UK, we sell chocolate that isn't even classed as chocolate, but we call it chocolate, right?
Right. But is something like a chocolate chip required or necessary for a chocolate chip cookie?
Yes, on the fundamental level, yes.
Does that mean that a chocolate chip is infinite and always existed?
The concept, so the fact that a chocolate chip is necessary for a chocolate chip is an infinite, eternal truth.
Wait.
The chocolate chip itself isn't eternal.
Tyler just gave me a great analogy. Tyler has always existed and is self-sufficient to Honey, our dog. And does that mean he is necessary for her to exist?
Sorry, it's yourself and your dog. So your dog is, you're saying...
So he has always existed since she has been here, he has always existed. Does that mean he is necessary for her to exist?
No, but I think the reason why is because we're not talking about the start of the universe, where on one level we're splitting it into pieces, a dog and a human, and on another analysis we're talking about the universe as a whole.
Whoa, hold on. We're just bringing this down to a smaller level since you seem to be struggling with the level.
We've just been trying to figure out. Right, sorry, Morgan.
This is a direct comparison.
This is a direct comparison, just on a smaller scale.
Based
but I don't think it works when
necessary.
And maybe because I do like the slashing because it makes me question. Maybe that is an issue with my definition of necessary, but I do think it is a different sort of analogy if we're talking about the start of the universe in comparison to the dog's necessary existence.
Okay. So but the start of Honey's life is the start of the universe.
But that's the start of her conceptualization of her understanding of her world.
Yes, from the subjective perspective of the dog. But in the universe case, there isn't anything before it necessarily, which is a category, completely different category.
You don't know that.
Because time doesn't exist in that. At least in my worldview, it's cyclical, right? So time doesn't exist in sort of linear way that we imagine it in my worldview.
So he's redefined time, necessary, God, consciousness. Are there any other? Are you writing your own dictionary?
I should do that, shouldn't I? Sell it on tits.
Well, are you even speaking the same
Please don't.
language as us at this point? Are you speaking the same language as anyone else if you're just redefining words?
Sure. So here's my opinion on this, and I think what's interesting, what is happening now is when new theories come about, when new ideas come about, we don't have the right words because we've not all agreed on it. So the consciousness thing that we first initially brought up, and what is consciousness? The reason why I use the word consciousness and why I don't have a perfect definition for it is because we've not built up the complete models yet. But when Newtonian physics was coming out,
I'm sorry to tell you, this is something that we've heard a lot of times. This is not something new. It's just not, we're not finding like a logical, and what we're trying to get to is, where are you getting these preconditions from? Like, where are you getting the information to say that something is necessary, especially for all of existence? Like, that's where we were getting to. But like, yeah, to declare something as a necessary, like, precondition for existence of the universe, and to say it is a word that already exists that means something else, but then you're redefining it as something else. You need something a little bit more than just like an armchair philosophical argument to like back that up. So like, where are you getting beyond that like these things are like necessary preconditions for the universe of all things?
well, yeah, it goes back to my question. It's okay if you guys don't want to answer it, but it would maybe be helpful, because maybe just tell me if you agree or disagree with believing that there's only.
Can you answer my question before you ask a question?
Sorry, I promise it's not bad faith. I promise it's not bad faith. I am trying to answer the question.
It is bad faith.
So
You're
the
saying
reason,
you promise it's not bad faith, but answer Blake's question.
Sure. The reason why I believe that the universe is necessary is because in my worldview, there is only two options. Either we came from nothing or there was always something. And because I reject that we came from nothing, then it must be objective. But you guys are saying, how do I explain it's necessary? But that's my answer. I've not heard a good criticism to it, which is why I was asking you, do you believe it or
I'm
not?
sorry,
That's not even what I'm asking you, Meta.
You have not heard a good criticism to the thing that you repeated over and over with your own proprietary definitions that don't follow and don't make sense. You haven't heard a single criticism of that.
I don't think it's substantial. As much as I'm happy to engage with it, I don't think the analogy between the dog being necessary and the universe is a category.
That wasn't even. My goodness. He's not even having this conversation. Like, he's not here. He's so blitzed out of his mind he doesn't remember how ridiculous the points he's made are, or the definitions that he's given over and over. Why are you here, Meta?
Love of the convo? Question my belief?
Bullshit.
Conversations are normally bi-directional.
If you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate.
I might go to bed, but I'm at least going to take a break since you have another adult and play some chess and recover from that whole ordeal. I remember the last time he was here and it went just like that. Actually, he lasted longer this time.
I'm over the people pretending like there's not hundreds of years of science after the invention of philosophy.
But will you like give me the good old voodoo chicken treatment for now?
Yeah, I guess so. Appreciate you, Kat. I hope you rest.
What? What do you mean? What is that?
What is what?
Why are you acting like that?
Oh. She's gonna kill you.
W's for cat in chat.
Oh my god, I can't.
Well, it's just us now. No. Okay, they're back.
Oh no.
That just means she didn't save it for later.
Good, because I need to make biscuits. I'm hungry.
Hello. How are you doing?
Doing great, Jake. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yep, I'm 21.
What's higher power or anything like that?
I do. I think there's a God, but I struggle to actually find him or it or them. But what I do believe is magic and spiritual. Not that, but black magic, because this is what I've been doing.
What?
Sorry, just a second. I'm sorry. I had too many best balls. I had too much alcohol today.
Yeah. Thank you for offering that up. I think we're just going to move on. I much prefer to have these conversations with someone with a clear head, as is evidenced by the previous conversation. Maybe after you catch some, water and a nap. And maybe another time before the buzzballs.
That's one of those drinks that. Oh, sorry, Morgan. What'd you say?
I said that hangover is going to be wild.
I was gonna say that's one of those drinks that makes my stomach hurt just looking at it.
It's the sugar, people.
Oh, I don't expect non-giddy people. And I've mostly been lenient, but when it's obvious, it's obvious. But I guess I should say happy 420 to everybody. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's not quite what we're doing here, Jonathan Doe. We're seeing if you can question your beliefs. And if you don't have a belief, then I'm gonna question that. My neck is getting stiff. There's a popping sound. Make you? No. That's boring. I'm not here to make anyone question their belief. I'm here to see if you already can. What does that mean to you, to question your belief? There we go. It was bothering me.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
But now we have lovely 4 boxes down below us that you can tap on if you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or anything else like that, and you can question that belief. We're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to take your beliefs from you or give you any beliefs. We just want to know what you believe in and why you believe in it.
Do you believe that we are a Devon spark of our Father, Mother, God, source of all that is? A Devon spark.
I'm not sure what that is, to be honest with you.
I mean...
Who's Devon?
I don't know.
Okay.
Would you rather be a Devon spark or a Chad spark?
Why do I have to be a spark?
Why does it have to be a guy's name? Why are you a Devon spark?
I don't know.
Could you be a Richard spark? Oh wait, no, that has some weird.
No, that has some implications.
Yeah, that's a weird nickname. Proper definitions are a good thing. Even at least coherent definitions, consistent ones. Those are good
Generally agreed upon, yes.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing that's beyond questioning. Nothing at all.
I would even question that.
I already asked myself, what's nothing? You're not slick.
Oh, it was the wrong one. It's a good thing I'm covering it up.
I still don't know. I really don't. I understand that it's a concept that most human minds can't actually grasp, but it's a word we use since we have no other way of defining it.
Would that answer have fit nearly any one of these backgrounds?
That's my secret, Cap. Yes. I fucking figured it out. It just took me 6 months or however long I've been here.
Oh, my mic was off. I love the shorten and smell.
shortening? You like the smell of... I don't know that I do.
Like, my little baby loves shortening, shortening, my little baby loves shortening bread.
I'm so glad you started singing that, because that song immediately started running through my head when you said shortening.
It was the accent. I think it was already in Blake's head when he said it.
Yeah, it was primed.
I think Lucky meant Divine Spark, not Devon Spark, but they put Divine this time, and I think they meant Divine.
I see. What is that?
Not sure.
Okay. Instructions unclear.
As a matter of fact, I think I have a, it's one of these. I'm gonna pick the wrong one. It's... Nope, not that one.
No, thank you. That's spooky, no.
It's been so long since I scrolled through the list, I can't find it. This one would have been handy a little while ago.
Oh, yeah. Look at all them brains in jars.
There it is.
Ah, there it is.
What the fuck is divine?
I don't know.
Neither do I. But apparently
Like, what qualifies something as divine?
I think it was a variety of spark.
Mm.
Not sure. Like, is that electricity?
Right, like what kind of spark is it?
Like on a lighter? Was it a flint and steel kind of spark?
If you want to really dive down the rabbit hole, is it like a love spark? And then you're like, what is love? And then it just keeps going. Turtles all the way down.
Spark of life. What does that mean? Sounds like a... I mean, it sounds like a colloquialism, but what does it actually mean? Spark of life.
We still haven't quite identified what spark is.
Any living thing has the spark of life, apparently. I don't know what that means, though.
So is there only one?
The spark. I still don't know what the spark of life is.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody gets one.
Everybody gets one.
So then there's not a physical spark, if it's a poetic phrasing. Oh, Cat the Witch, you didn't mean to request up. I'm gonna bet you didn't mean to. And I'll set you back down. But if you meant to, go ahead and request again. But Katie meant to, I think.
I did. I think you may be missing something when it comes to the spark. Because I don't think it's the spark. It's this. I believe it's the Spock. It's the Spock of life.
It's
he
the
died
Spock of life.
And then he was resurrected on the Genesis planet.
I mean, that did happen.
So it could just be a misprint.
It's canon. Unless you ask J.J. Abrams, I think that timeline played out a little different.
I'm gonna fight him.
I'm not going to dare to try to untangle that one. I love the comments. I love the comments.
Is it like the Allspark from Transformers? Is that what?
Now that's electricity.
Is it the Allspark?
I'd buy that. I'd buy that if somebody made a compelling argument.
Apparently a spark means a pulse from our heart. A beat. A contraction.
I confer a live action Transformers Star of the Moon.
Yes.
Praise be.
Does that mean he was the Allspark?
I can't argue against it.
I'm still not sure what that has to do with life. A MacGuffin in a movie. But maybe you know, maybe you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or something like that. And maybe you can question it. If you think you can, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Noah. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Noah, are you with us?
Yeah.
Can I get your age?
I'm 20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god do you believe in?
Jesus. And the Jesus is the Son of God, and I believe in God too.
So Jesus is God or the Son of God?
I believe in God.
Is Jesus God or the Son of God?
Jesus is the Son of God, made in the likeness of God.
So he's the Son of God and he looks like him. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. He's made in the likeness of God.
Why? Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I've read most of it.
When you say most of it, are there parts you know you haven't read?
Yes.
Do you know which books you haven't read? Or is it just certain pieces?
Certain pieces.
So there's no whole book of the Bible you haven't read some of?
I've read whole books of the Bible. Whole books of the Bible, yes.
That wasn't what I asked. It's fascinating.
What'd you ask?
So do you... I'm moving on to a new question because I don't think you're listening or really here to question, but we're going to try one more. Do you believe the Bible to be true and literal? All the stories within it?
Yes.
So the six-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, those are true stories?
Yeah.
Why do you believe that?
Because, I mean, it's really faith.
So you believe the six-day creation story is true and literal based on faith?
I have faith that it is real.
You have faith that the six-day creation story is real and that it's literal, 6 days in that order. Everything was created.
Yep, as it says in the Bible.
Why do you have faith that it is real?
Why wouldn't you?
I see. So you're not actually here to question, as I suspected. Why did you request to be on this panel? Have you ever read 1 Peter?
I think so, yes.
Do you remember 3:15?
I might. Let me pull it up.
So you don't remember it, and you're going to look it up.
No, I don't remember reading this verse.
Which translation are you reading from now?
The Catholic Bible. English.
Are you Catholic?
Yes.
Can you go ahead and read that verse for me?
Instruct believers to sanctify Christ as Lord in their hearts, always prepared to give a gentle, respectful defense for the hope they possess.
This is the Catholic English. Which translation is that?
From the Holy Catholic Bible.
Do you know which translation it is?
Let me look at it.
Do you think there's only one Catholic translation of the Bible?
No.
don't think I've ever heard that verse phrased quite like that.
I can't say
Yes.
that phrasing either.
I have it right.
Weird. Anywho.
To be clear, he did that, I didn't. And you're
No,
really
wait a
quiet,
minute.
Katie.
I was looking the other direction. I did not see what happened. But he dropped.
He was looking up the version of the Bible he was reading, and it's right here, and then dropped.
I don't think I've ever had anybody run away from that question before, but first for everything.
And that's what happens when you use ChatGPT to find Bible verses.
Mm-hmm.
BibleGateway.com is quite a useful resource.
It's been an interesting night. Hasn't been a very long one. At least doesn't feel like it has. But we're already at nearly 6 hours. Yeah, it was a little late. But if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request a. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to start looking into preparing a poem. Not sure I want to do that yet.
It's far too early for a poem. Although I'm liking this climbing likes number.
Hell yeah. 86K is awesome. I bet we could break 100K before the hour if we really wanted to. Thrayle, yeah. Hell yeah, Tiny. And anybody not following Tiny Science down there, really, I mean, there's only one question about that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Hell yeah. I think we'll stick with the musical background.
It does seem like that's the next logical step.
Hell yeah. We made another goal. Appreciate all of you so much. Thank you to Martha. Also to Karu, KD, Claire, and Cat the Witch. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all of you. I think we're gonna go ahead and listen to a tune or two. I think we've got a pair of songs that I like to put together. And we talked to Noy earlier, and he provided this song a while back I really like.
Do you believe in a God, higher power, or anything like that? If you do, maybe the Batcolyte is for you. Come on up, and let's see if you can really question your beliefs. Yo, question it. Yo, question it. Yeah, yeah. Look. Welcome to the Batcolyte. Thrayle stays late at night asking if any believers can question their mind as to why their God is one of a kind. Wait, hold up. Can run that by me again one time. So you paid an oath to Odin, a goat to Yahweh, a note to Buddha to save your soul. Wait, what is a soul anyways? Do you even know? You keep calling it energy, does it give off a glow? Can it melt the snow? Why you getting mad? Must be the ego. Talk trash to my boy Hammy. Get the fuck off the show. Yeah, yeah. If you believe in a God with a sense of direction, a higher power from another dimension, the spiritual realm having eternal connection, is that I didn't question it been something to mention? If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. Questions help you find the answer to what's behind that door. We're not here to debate, turn the gate to end race. Give advice, play nice, say it twice, one time. We're not here to debate, turn the gate to end race. Give advice, late nights. Just here to see if you can question, alright? We think critically, fight specifically about beliefs regarding reality, not politically. If you react belligerent or emotionally, Morgan and Crows got them hexes for you, G. We just want to see if your ass can question your own beliefs. Nobody asked for you to come up here and preach. You see the prompt, can you not read? Matter of fact, get off the panel, ground needs more blueberry coffee. If you believe in a God with a sense of direction, a higher power from another dimension, the spiritual realm having eternal connection, as that I did a question if it's something to mention. If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. Questions help you find an answer to what's behind that door. Huh. Talk that wild talk, then back it up. Or pack it up. Yeah. 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 He said the Yeti live under his duplex. Show me grainy photos on the cracked Lex. Look, you see the claws? Bro, that's your cousin in some church socks and drawers. Shapeshifter. You just shift the angle, zoom in, crop out, twist every pixel you can mangle. They want the world flat, cause the glow too complex. Google every link, never once read a text. Yeti in the basement, lizards in the Senate. You believe everything long as they said it. Flat earth flyers taped to the pole. Who you trust more, me more, your soul? Question what they tell you, question what you share. But if you question nothing, you just breathing hot air. Truth got layers, rumor just blurred. Who you really scared of, them or your own fear? I met a dude for his landlord, reptile. Said he blinked sideways, tongue out, hostile. I said, or he stressed, late rent, 3 kids. And that stare mean pay up, not shapeshift, squid. You got charts on the wall with the red string, but can't keep the lights on. Late on, everything sharp in your mind like a sword in the dojo. Cut through the cap, not the neighbor at the bodega, bro. Chill. Yeti in the basement, lizards in the Senate. You believe everything long as they said it. Flat earth liars take to the pole. Will you trust more me, more your soul? Question what they tell you, question what you share. But if you question nothing, you just breathing hot air. Truth got layers, rumor just blur. Who you really scared of, them or your own? Look, some suits lie, that's a fact on the table. But every late night story ain't a leak label. You think planes fall off the side like crumbs, but can't explain ships coming back when they done. Martial mind stay bow, breeze stands tight. Discipline, not every shadow mean fight. I study both sides, then I step back slow. If it can't take questions, I already know. Word. Yeti in the basement, lizards in the Senate. You believe everything long as they said it. Flat earth flyers take to the pole. Who you trust more, me more, your soul? Yeah. Question what they tell you, question what you share. But if you question nothing, you just breathing hot air. Truth got layers, rumor just blur. Who you really scared of, them or your own fear? Ask who profit off the story you heard. Is it feeding your mind or just feeding your nerves? Monk in the madness, eyes stay clear. I fight bad logic, that's the enemy here. Yeah. Step in. Close the door behind you. Leave your shoes at the questions. Got a skeleton man in a hand-built shed. Chalk on the walls, old thoughts all shed. Skull grin wide, no shame, no dread. Says hang up your halo, hat your prayer. Dust on the Bible, dust on the Quran. Dust on that vision board, tarot in your palm. You don't rip it from you, just taps your arm. Can it stand in the storm if I pull this yarn? He got shells full of why, drawers full of how, mugs full of quiet. You can sip right now. Tax on the board, threads map your vow. Red line to the thing that you won't write down. He asks when you pray who you talking to. If they switch that name, would you still feel truth? If the rules all change, would the love come through? If the crowd went home, would it still be you in the shed with the skeleton man? Lay your faith on the table if you can. Can you walk out naked in your mind like that? If the ground got shaken, would you still stand back in the shed with the skeleton man? He the touches off dust from your plans. Can you set that basis down in your hands? Say I don't know, I'm still not cracked. He say, look, I ain't here to snatch your light. I'm here to see if you shine when I cut the hype. Flip through chapters, rituals, rites. Ask, is this love or you scared of the night? You were born in a place where this God got praise. If you slid one border, would it all just change? Same sun, same lungs, same vein. So what made that voice in your head sound strange? He posed little questions like bones on a tray. Would you still choose this if no one stayed? If heaven was quiet, just dirt and decay. Is kindness enough for you passion and faith? You can feel old answers start creaking. Loose like a floorboard bending under finally truth. He don't laugh, don't clap, just nod at the proof. Every belief that lives can't handle the bruise in the shell with the skeleton man. Lay your faith on the table if you can. Can you walk out naked in your mind like that? If the ground got shaken, would you still stand back in the shed with the skeleton man? He just brushes off dust from your plans. Can you set that basis down in your hands? Say I don't know, it's still not cracked. Say maybe there's a maker, maybe just mad. Maybe both dancing in the same cold fact, but if fear is the engine, you gon' crash. Love is the language you can learn. Relax so he sits, no robe, no robes on a chair. Just a rib cage drum, heartbeat of the air. You confess, I'm afraid there's nothing there. He replied, now we starting from a place that's bare. In the shed with the skeleton man. Lay your faith on the table if you can. Can you walk out naked in your mind like that? If the ground got shaken, would you still stand back in the shed with the skeleton man? He just brushes off dust from your plans. Can you set that basis down in your hands? Say I don't know and still not cracked.
Hell yeah. Appreciate Noi, Joe Chupacabro, and of course Anki Pops for those 3 songs. You guys are fucking amazing. Hell yeah. appreciate. Hell yeah. We are on track. We could break that 100K before the hour if we really try.
Super easy.
Hell
Super
yeah.
easy.
All we need now is somebody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, really anything like that, who's curious enough to question that belief. Still no believers. Not a one. Not a single believer. Thank you, Mask. That's a good point. Everybody remember to drink some water. That is an interesting belief, tape traders. It does raise a very important question, and it's something I think hasn't come up for a while, but
No, no. Fuck.
I mean, nobody ever talks about the ghost dance.
Do you want to talk about the ghost dance, Thrayle?
I'm just saying, if there's ghosts, if every life form, keeps going after it dies, then how many
So
ghost
many
dance
more.
are there?
So
Is there
many.
room for anything else? Be all ghost hands. As far as you
Now
can
we're
see,
gonna
everything
talk
would be
about, like,
covered in ghost hands.
mosquitoes, flies.
Do ghost hands make you feel itchy?
No, but ghost mosquitoes do.
Ghost pants.
Ghost mosquitoes, I didn't even think about that. How thick
Right?
is the air with ghost mosquitoes?
Are we breathing ghost mosquitoes? God damn it, Thrayle.
I mean, we can think, really, it was Looney Bats who came up with the ghost dance the first time, but yeah, Are you afraid of ghost ants?
I'm afraid of the topic being brought up.
I mean, I could have done that, but it didn't feel as related to dung beetles.
That's fair. That's fair.
Where's the line drawn? Is it?
Do you think
just
there's
fauna?
lines here?
Is it just fauna, or could it be fungi or flora?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a good point. Are there ghost flowers? Are there ghost trees?
I'm worried about those.
And just think about the mycelium networks.
That's the ghost delivery system to keep the ghosts fed and up and running and all that.
Well, and how do ghosts work for the organisms that clone themselves? And how do superorganisms work, like Pando? Because, with plants that reproduce through fragmentation, like pothos, most of them are actually genetic clones of each other with very little genetic variation. So many logistical questions.
Isn't like when people say that, if somebody died and they had donated a limb, and it might be saying that they must be roaming the earth waiting for their limb or their piece left. So they'll just be roaming like angry trees that were
Like the cabinets and dressers and stuff.
I forgot about it. Sorry, I don't know how I did. Some people that think it's human poltergeists that are slamming all the cabinets, it's literally just the ghost tree that's angry.
No, just look at the ghost trees.
I believe in plant Jesus. He has risen.
Oh no.
Would the Father be the Son? I mean, photosynthesis? No, I don't know.
Holy fuck.
I'll drop. I'll drop that. I'll drop that line.
If Jesus is risen, why is the Eucharist unleavened bread?
A valid question.
Starts to sound like a church conspiracy at that point, They're hiding the leavened Eucharist.
But if you believe in ghost trees or ghost ants, or not at all, if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything else like that, and you can question that belief, go ahead and tap one of the 3 boxes, then maybe discover if you can question your beliefs. I didn't ask you, heretical. Can I help you? Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering about all the ghost broccoli and the ghost carrots. I wonder if ghost broccoli is just more powerful ghosts. Same with ghost beans.
Are there ghost cells? ghost amoebas.
Ghost viruses. Depending on your definition.
That's what I was just about to. Are viruses alive enough to be ghosted? Where do we draw the line?
Is this like that billboard that has like all the animals lined up next to each other? Where would you draw the line?
Yes, yes. It's exactly like that.
Doing. Yo, what's
Can
up,
I get
homie
your age for
G's?
TikTok TOS?
How y'all doing?
Can I get your age?
My age, my physical age, or my soul age? Because my soul age is older than my physical age.
Don't care.
You can try that again, but we're going to ask questions, and if you can't be direct with your answer, the first question out of the gate, then what hope do you have of answering any others?
Give me a chance. Give me a chance. Yeah, give me a chance.
TikTok, I'm talking
Give me a
right
chance
now,
then.
so shut the
I'm about to be
fuck up.
33 this year.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, if you were 33, then you'd know how to fucking behave like an adult and shut the fuck up while someone else is talking. But if you'd like to try again, go for it. Just make sure that you shut the fuck up while I ask you your age. That was me being pleasant.
Sorry. There's quite literally no reason to come up on a panel immediately speaking. There is no reason for that at all.
Unless you're the host and you're late.
Unless you're the host and you're late, right?
Called out. Damn.
Do we give them one more try? There are a few others in the queue. See if they're there first. If he's still there after these potential ghosts ghost out, then, you know, that Northeast isn't a ghost. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And which god is that?
It's not a religion god. I just believe there is a higher power. Because of
mean?
it means somebody that is just above us with power and all that.
Somebody above us with power.
Like a creator. I don't know if it's a creator or not, but a higher power, basically.
So somebody with power over us.
Yes.
When you say somebody, what does that imply?
I don't know. It's self-explanatory, I think.
Are you saying that there is a physical entity that is a higher power?
I don't know if it's physical or spiritual, but an entity that is
An
a higher
entity.
power. Yes.
And that this entity, does it have a mind and a consciousness?
I believe so, yes.
And it is responsible for things existing?
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
I heard you. Why do you believe this?
I've had personal experiences that led me to believe that. I used to be a Christian, and then I was an atheist for a long part of my life, and then I had some.
When you say you had a personal experience that led you to believe that there is a higher power entity, what does that mean?
Some, for lack of a better word, I would say some miracles in my life that has
What is a
happened.
miracle?
Some supernatural
What is
event.
supernatural?
Are we explaining words? I think this is self-explanatory.
Fascinating. Why did you request up?
I thought this was going to be an interesting conversation, not a dictionary.
So you don't have patience for the exercise. You're not capable
No,
of questioning
you are
others.
asking me
You clearly
what
don't have patience
supernatural.
for me to even finish speaking, so we'll wait until you have the patience for you to request back up and try again. But since you don't have the patience right now, then I don't think we're going to have a conversation.
We don't ask you to define words to make you feel dumb or to make you look stupid. We are asking so that we understand your understanding of that word. Quite literally us trying to understand your worldview. That's all.
Supernatural is self-evident is a nonsense statement. What does that even mean?
That doesn't. That's not a complete thought.
It's like the antithesis of can you question?
He asked me to define everything. How dare I ask you to define the words you kept using? How dare I?
I mean, if you've been watching, we did have a guest that, defined words of their own volition vastly differently than the generally agreed upon definition, so unfortunately it is something we do have to ask.
What is definition? Morgan.
Yes, sorry, I did not what?
What
So
is
sorry.
definition? What is definition?
Clarity.
Clarity.
But not definitive.
I don't know about you, but mine is ultra high. It's a statement.
Don't be heretical. Sorry, Katie.
Noise.
What is clarity? You're being questioned by heretical from the comments.
Ugh.
is heretical?
The heretical apothecary down there in the comments. That one right there, that's a heretical.
Would another way of saying heretical apothecary be a felonious pharmacist?
Felonious pharmacist. I'm keeping that forever.
Now I'm getting an idea for a video of some kind, an 8-second clip of some kind. Love you too.
No.
Would you accept definitions from Merriam-Webster? I mean, sure, why not?
If
Just really depends on, yeah.
If that's how you define it, sure.
Heretical asking what is Webster is definitely making me want to prepare a poem.
Fun fact, Daniel Webster is from New Hampshire.
And the plan was to use, in part, the dictionary to slowly morph US English to something completely different from British English, but that got dropped pretty quick. It seems like such a silly idea. But unless I misremember, that's one of the reasons why many of the use of certain words were dropped. Like color, since I'm just talking, color changed to color, and center changed to center. Right? People seem to have some kind of beliefs in the chat. I'm not sure if they want to bring them up though. But this might be more about definitions of words than anything else.
Belief in a god, God's higher power, or anything else like that, who can
question their beliefs and can tap one of these 3 boxes down here on the panel, or down by your chat box you can tap on the blue and pink people and they will guide you to a seat, and we can talk about what you believe and why you believe it. We're not here to debate you. We're not here to argue. We just want to know why you believe what you believe.
Why would you be dishonest in chat like that?
How do you accuse presupposition when you're presupposing yourself?
Do we need another song? Are we there? It's just gonna be songs to the end if we don't have a believer soon.
I mean, what could go wrong?
Well, I guess while we wait, again, let's keep tapping the screen. We're at 111,000 likes, which is really fucking amazing, and I appreciate everyone for tapping. But if we keep tapping that screen and share out the live a few more times, there's every chance somebody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power or something like that might request on up. before one of these songs is through.
My faith can't be shaken, but I'm quaking with fear. I believe in a God. I've read the text, but it's a bit muddy. Never studied for this test. I was raised to believe it, no reason to doubt, and I've never questioned what the lesson's about. I believe it happened because the word says it did. I thought I answered why, but let me try again. Did I answer the question right? I did answer the question right. I'm not disingenuous, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point till the question's unclear. My scripture is scripted, my lines pre-rehearsed. I'll jump to the chorus before you finish the verse. I've got answers without end. What was the question again? I believe there's a reason for suffering. I understand that the plan's still buffering. The written word infallible because it was inspired. And the truth is I'm still lucid, but I'm getting tired. Contradictions don't matter if you let it bend. The literature is literal from a figurative lens. The proof is all around us, there's no need to explain. I'm misplacing my faith, give me space to refrain. Did I answer the question right? I did answer the question. Yes, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point till the question's unclear. My scripture is scripted, my lines pre-rehearsed. I'll jump to the chorus before you finish the verse. I've got answers without end. What was the question again? I'm sorry, let me stay. I can answer, no, stop, wait. I can't answer that question, that's the end of the line. If I keep pulling the strings, it all starts to unwind. I'm not disingenuous, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point when the answer's unclear. You weren't trying to sway me, you only asked why my faith is all scripted, but the ink's running dry. Without it, what was the answer again?
There was a name in the corner of my screen. Used to light up like it meant something to me. Now it's just quiet where your voice used to stay, like a chair pulled back and you walked away. We were talking about truth, about gods, about pain, throwing questions like sparks in the rain. You said I'll be back, just gotta go. Yeah, I've heard that before, and I tell myself it's just how it goes. But it never gets easier letting go. This is what they do, folks. They fade out slow. One last voice in the echo.
still see your words in the empty chat, like a shadow of a moment we can't get back. All those late night thoughts we used to chase, now it's just silence in their place. Was it something I said or didn't say? Or did the questions push you away? Or is this just how people go? Get too close, then let it go. And I try to laugh like it's all okay, but it hits a little harder every day. This is what they do to maybe life just pulls too. Maybe we're just passing through these lines, but it don't feel small when you disappear. Leaves a hole that still stays here. I take one more night, one more fight, one more you're wrong, just to feel it right. Yeah, I take it all if it meant you stay. If it meant you stay. You always say this is what they do, folks. They fade out slow, turn into a memory I don't wanna let go. This is what they do, folks. They slip away, leave you with the silence and the things you didn't say. And I keep talking again, hoping you're close. Yeah, this is what they do. Yeah, I'm still here. If you ever come back. Round and round, same few notes, same old spin, short ride, thin rope. Born in dust, fed old tales, golden gates, past these veils they sold me, endless dawn. If I just obeyed, held on. But this is a tilt-a-whirl of time. It creaks, it sways, it leaves no sign. One short turn, then off we climb. I won't trade this fleeting, aching light for a ghost of a promise in an endless night.
from chapel stone, names half carved, breath long gone. They all saved their sweetest wine for some feast past the line. But this is the tilt-a-whirl of time. It creaks, it sways, it leaves no sign. One sharp laugh, one last soft rhyme. I won't sell this fragile, failing flesh for a coin of comfort in a timeless mesh. If all I am is here, is now these scarred hands, this furrowed brow, then every bruise and every bruise again is worth more than a perfect, never-ending win. This is the tilt-a-whirl of time. It hums, it hurts, it won't rewind. One small life, crooked, not sublime. I'll take this ride, this only one, and rest my bones when it is done. Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on. Pray there the bright glow, cinders of bygone days, name etched into hush, biding in the dark. You wake from old realms faint call, dust on your back like crowns, eyes brim with unsaid truth.
Star turns spinning round, fire feathers spreading wide, thread by thread from your frame. Each plume a soft tongue, each spark a holy mark. Spread your wings, Thrayle sky warrior. Let the broad sky swell in you. Every star knows your tale. Every heaven's hum moves through. Spread your wings, Thrayle sky warrior. For your light in endless loops in the hush. Wider and wider you become the tune you bring. Soft sounds wind round your heartbeat, old words flowing like streams, tongues of lost old rights, washing dream edges clean. You breathe and dark eases, clear mind open and bare, borders melt into bright glow, no doubt or fear left there. Spread your wings, Thrayle sky warrior. Let the broad sky swell in you. Every star knows your tale. Every heaven's hum moves through. Spread your wings, Thrayle sky warrior. For your light in endless loops in the hush. Wider and wider you become the tune you bring. One tone held far away, loops within loops, you are everywhere. Soft said names of old days, breaking quiet flame. All worlds in you answer when you speak your name. Spread your wings, Thrayle sky warrior. Let the broad sky swell in you. Every star knows your tale. Every heaven's hum moves through. Spread your wings, Thrayle sky warrior. For your light in endless loops in the hush. Farther and farther you fade, and all things sing.
Oh, that was noisy. That was a hell of a music block, though, so thank you so much to Always Mustard, to Heretical Apothecary, to Michael V, and to Bratch for all those songs. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Hell yeah. And also, thank you so much to Claire, KD, Kat the Witch, Debbie, and Martha Steele for helping with the goal. You guys are also really amazing. It's the best audience on TikTok. I don't think I say it enough.
They certainly are special.
Hell yeah. Now, if only someone with a belief in a god or gods or something, like that, would request a question that belief, wouldn't that be awesome? Otherwise, I'd have to read a poem. I only know what the first two lines say.
I was gonna say, it's far too early for a poem. What would be great is if we could repost or share the live, share it to people on TikTok, share it to people in Discords that you're a part of that allow for that kind of thing. Share it to your ex-boyfriend that for whatever reason you still have their contact information. You should get rid of that, by the way. Literally anybody. Just share it out. Let's share the wonder of sitting in the unknown and questioning beliefs and why people believe what they believe.
I know the first two lines of the poem. The music was very loud. Sorry about that.
I was gonna say, yeah, the music's a little loud there, Thrayle.
Yeah, I know the first two lines of the poem.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure I like them already. The first two lines.
Perhaps that's not the poem then. Shocker, I know.
Might just have to rewrite them. Keep going and see if anything's good after the first two lines. But this is me proofreading. Which means we don't have a guest.
We don't have a guest. We should, though. I'm sure of the 77 people in here, there's at least one believer who is courageous enough, or perhaps foolish enough.
Someone's been here for a while and been thinking about doing it, and I think maybe they should.
Martha. Same. Come on, if there's no believers, he's gonna end up questioning one of us. Here, believer, believer, believer. Has that ever worked?
Yes. Yes, it has.
That's so funny.
It does feel like carnival barking at some point, though, doesn't it?
It really
right
does.
up. Get your beliefs questioned. Test your faith against the Socratic method.
Oh, I already had an idea for a new song in my head. Oh, yes. Okay.
Do you know how many songs in my Suno list start with Step Right Up?
I believe it.
I put like 3 or 4 in the playlist. Under the Wings of Why, what's the first line? Step right in.
Mm-hmm.
worst kind of people.
Joke's on you, I'm not a people.
What makes them believe I am?
I had some bad feedback there. They're gonna make me do another music break.
Probably.
The whole last hour of the live is just music break. I think I know. Okay, well, while we listen to these tracks, let's keep tapping the screen. Get us over 130K, and maybe somebody with the curiosity or the courage will find their way in here and actually request up to question their beliefs. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Yeah, 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 yeah. I pivot, I skip in a clip, little script on a grid full of limits and lines. Two over, one up, then I cut through the clutter of vertical ritual minds. They slide in straight statements, adjacent arrangements, obedient, flat in their form. But I've been like a question, a hoof in a session, a logic that isn't the norm. They never ask why, just comply. I just comply. I never move straight, I imply. I never align, I redefine every design they rely. Why? Am I the only one breathing in squares? Only one leaping through lated affairs? They follow the file, the rank and the rule. I move like a glitch in a game built for tools. Why am I the only one shaped like a past? Half of a memory nobody asked. Trapped in a turn-based black and white fight. A body that's built like it wants to take flight. The roots rule with rulers, reduce it to borders, enforcing a fortress of form. The bishops are slicing through licensed devices of diagonal doctrine. No, the queen is a storm. Reforming the board with the terrify elegance breathe. The king is a concept exempt and protected, projected this fragile belief. But I'm out of alignment, defying confinement, declining the lines that they trace. I'm finding a timing, a hybrid of riding and gliding through negative space. I never look up, never disrupt, never erupt or evolve. I never stay still, I never will fit in a system that's so. Wait, I don't collide, I don't get blocked, I don't get caught in the grid that they walk. I don't get blocked, I don't get caught in the grid that they walk. I don't get blocked, I don't get caught in the grid that they walk. I don't get blocked, wait, I don't collide, I don't get blocked. I don't get caught in the grid that they walk. I don't collide, I don't get blocked. I don't get caught in the grid that they walk. I don't get caught in the grid that they walk. I don't get over the edges, the ledges, the layers, over the tension they never were spared, over intention, extension, direction, over the need for a path or a prayer. Was I a misfit or made to evade it? Was I misplaced or the one who can break it? I'm not the only one trapped in these squares. I'm the only one free from the weight of their stares. They move in a maze, I move in between a space that exists but has never been seen. I'm not an error, I'm not out of place. I'm every move they could never quite trace. If all of this sport is a rule I can't choose, then I'll be the piece that refuses to lose. Not by their rules. Not by their rules. Not by their rules. Yeah, 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 yeah. 2 over 1 up. I don't need a straight line. Blue stitch in a long black fit. Got fangs, got chains. Okay, jumping when I step on stage. Question: am I bat or a baller? Hanging upside, but I still stand taller. Pocket full of fruit snacks, eyes on $1. Got footprints with a squeaky ground collar. Little claws on the phone, trying to text my click like brr, brr. Even Siri get pissed. Gangster in a hoodie with a cape that swish. Pull up to the block, whole block like, what is this? Shadow on the wall, look tiny, I'm small, but I still talk big, yeah, I still walk tall. Echo in the alley when I laugh too long. Whole squad weird, but we still this strong. I got that attitude, tiny wings, big mood, hanging from the street light, thinking what would bats do, question in my brain. Is this fur, this suit? I'm a back in a gangster's body, that's the truth, yeah, that attitude. Side eye, sharp tooth, talk slick, little list, still I'm running this roost. Ask who, ask why, still confused, still cute. I'm a back in a gangster's body, that's the truth. Hey, hey, hey. Roll up on the block, got one on my days. Tryna act hard, but I squeak when I pray. Dear moon, why my voice sound funny this way? Whole hood laugh till they see how I sway. Got a grill on my fangs, little blood on use. Tryna sip slow, dripping all on my suit. Ask myself nightly, am I beast or brute? Then I tuck my wings and adjust my boots. Echo location in a one-way fight. Hear beats in the dark, see hate in the light. If they ever ask who you think you are, I say half cute critter, half cursed this star. I got that attitude, tiny wings, big mood, hanging from the street light, thinking what will bats do? Question
question in my brain. Is it for this soup? I'm a bat in a gangster's body, that's the truth. Yeah, that bad attitude. Side eye, sharp tooth, talk slick, little list. Still I'm running this roost. That's who, ask why, still confused, still cute. I'm a bat in a gangster's body, that's the truth. Yeah. Am I thug? Am I pet? Am I cursed? Am I blessed? Every mirror that I check, just more questions, never less. I go click, brain go clack. Little blue beast with a big old pack. Wing on my chest, word on my back, still flapping the night, still never off track. I got that bad attitude, tiny wings, big mood, hanging from the street light, thinking what will bats do? Question in my brain, is it for this suit? I'm a bat in a gangster's body, that's the truth. Yeah, that bad attitude, side eye, sharp tooth, talk slick, little list, still I'm running this roost. That's who, that's why, still confused, still cute. I'm a bat in a gangster's body, that's the truth. Yeah.
Let's gather round. It's time to think. Tap that screen on the edge of the brink. Ask those questions you hold inside. Let your quiet wonder be your guide. Tap, 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 tap. Let the questions rise. What is truth behind the skies? Tap, 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 tap. Let's tap that screen, chasing the meaning of what we've seen. Is there a God or something more, knocking gently on heaven's door? Do you believe or do you doubt? Tap it out loud, let's sort it out. Higher powers, fate or chance? Is this world a grand design or random dance? Tap, 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 tap. Let the thoughts run free. What is truth? And what could be? Tap, tap, tap. Let's tap that screen. Searching the spaces in between. Is there a God? Or silent air? Or something listening everywhere? Tap, 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 tap it soft. Don't rush the sky. Questions live where answers lie. Keep on tapping, seek and see. Truth is found in curiosity. Tap it soft, don't rush the sky. Questions live where answers lie. Keep on tapping, seek and see. Truth is found in curiosity.
Well, hell yeah. Thank you so much, of course, to Bats, Looney Bats for that one. And also, thank you to Ketchup and Heretical Apothecary for the ones before that. Hell yeah. You guys are all amazing. Thank you so much. Now, if only we had somebody with a belief in a god or God's higher power or something like that to, request on us. I think we need one more song. That might do it. It might get them up here. It might be this one.
Sit with me in the dark a while. No answers tucked in a neat little row. The stars don't worry if they're in line. Maybe it's okay. that we don't know. The world is a question with no last page. A river that laughs as it bends and flows. We can watch it ripple, we can dip our hands and still be alive in the not knowing glow. Don't clutch the edges of truth too tight, it might crumble like sand in your palm. There's freedom in wandering, freedom in doubt, a quiet kind of peace in the calm. So let the shadows linger a while, let your questions dance, let them grow. The night whispers softly, it's okay, it's okay. Do not know.
Damn.
I know. I was really hopeful.
I was too. Hmm.
It's the prompt. Can't be the scary skeleton or the lack of debate. Screaming.
Is that what it is?
We're not giving them anything to be enraged about.
Well, I'm sure we could find something. Just give us a few questions.
What the fuck is God?
Hmm.
Do you think you have an answer to what the fuck God is?
Maybe.
If you think you do, and you can question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not going to tell you that's not what God is. I'm just here to ask if you can even question it. Then what is it you believe in? And why do you believe it? What is it you believe God is?
Also, if you could tell us what that God is to his right. Yeah, that way. Nope.
This one? Oh,
Nope.
that one. That one.
Yeah.
The sort of
Nope.
aardvark
What the
looking one here.
fuck is that?
The aardvark.
Yeah.
There's a fox god. There's a guy with a weird helmet. Another helmet.
Mm-hmm.
And then aardvark. I think. That's supposed to be a jackal.
Desert fox, perhaps. Did we just double up on fox? Oh dear.
Okay, I might need a new what the fuck is God image after
Mm-hmm.
I'll just go back to the music. Well, maybe not the music. We've done a lot of music. We can sit here for a while, but I would love it if somebody with a belief could question their belief. Otherwise, I have to question Katie.
Dun dun dun.
That's how we know Katie wasn't paying attention.
I better switch my headset.
Katie, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I'm racking my brain. Not that I haven't worked on the. I'll have to get back to you on that. Got distracted.
Thank you, Lady Huggy. That was wild.
All of a sudden, I heard Katie.
So you haven't begun your campaign on the rock in the yard. Would the rock in the yard be a god?
Oh yes, of course. It's the god. Yeah.
The god.
He told me so.
When he told you that, wait, how did you determine it was a he?
It is a he and it is a she and it's a they and it's all it.
Just don't call it late for dinner.
How do you gender a rock?
I didn't gender a rock. They gendered themselves in the sense that they chose to be every gender and no gender. Very inclusive that way, I think. I thought that was pretty nice of it. She has, I think she has some good ideas.
In what way did the rock communicate to you?
At the end of a splitting headache hangover, it just spoke to me and said that it created the universe 5 seconds ago, exactly as everything was, down to motion of the stars.
Was that 5 seconds ago when you found the rock, or 5 seconds ago when you said 5 seconds ago?
yes.
I see.
No, it's one of those. It makes sense to me because I mean, if transubstantiation makes sense, I feel like this also makes sense. I'm working on coaxing more truth out of the rock. I'm again, the campaign is ongoing. To then the campaign. This is like a proselytizing campaign. I haven't gotten there yet. It's taken some time.
Does that mean that your belief in the rock being God isn't secure?
It must be secure because he created it 5 seconds ago.
Then what's stopping you from proselytizing?
He is a bit of a lazy god.
I see.
But she's trying to correct this. But I can't blame them. I mean, creating the entire universe perpetually 5 seconds ago is must be laborsome, I imagine. But I don't know. There's a lot of unknowns at this point. I believe the rock may occasionally get distracted by image generators on the internet.
Katie, I have a very important question.
Sure.
Do merry-go-rounds taste like tomorrow was a shoe?
Do merry-go-rounds taste like tomorrow was a shoe? That's a great question. In the sense that it's yes, I'm gonna go with yes. Final answer.
Correct.
It is. It is. It was a divinely inspired answer because I said so. Apparently.
Joe, that makes no sense. They might sound that way, but I can't imagine they taste like that.
No,
What
they
does that even
smell
mean?
like yesterday is socks.
Why are we ising and wasing?
Because we don't have a believer to question.
Oh, I thought it was because you didn't understand my question.
Well, I'm gonna go tap on the screen a little bit.
Hell yeah. We're up to 137 taps, which is really amazing. The more of those we get, the more we get out to the FYP and maybe coax a believer along who can question their beliefs. Is that something that even happens anymore? Oh, well, wait. We did have Martha at the beginning of the live. So I know that there are believers who can question. We had Noi, and while we did hit a wall, Noi can question. So I wonder if there are any believers who can question.
You hit a wall with a rock.
Well, I don't know that we hit a wall with the rock.
That was ambiguous. 'Cause
I mean, we hit a merry-go-round with a shoe.
Yes, we did hit that with a shoe yesterday. Oh, tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yesterday's. Yeah, wrong sense. Well, that's an awesome thing to hope for, Vice. I hope everyone is too. I hope someone's great day includes questioning their beliefs. And maybe doing that right here on the panel. Anybody, really. That wasn't, anyone specific. But if you watching right now, if you have a belief in a god or gods, or a higher power, or, I don't know, Yeti, sand monsters, or, I don't know, alien Jesus, go ahead and request stuff. We're not here to debate it. We're not here to tear it down or take it away. Nobody's trying to rob you of your belief. What we are trying to do is see if you can question it. Does it feel like a trap? Does it seem like a trick? It's really straightforward, I think. No debate, just curious on what you believe. No, I didn't say I'm just curious on what you believe. I didn't say that at all. It's like people don't listen sometimes. Foo. What do they mean, foo? Why does it matter what I believe? I've read 4 lines of the poem. It does get better. What the fuck is quantum foam? What the fuck is quantum? Are we just putting words together now? Quantum is a type of sandwich. I mean, everything is a sandwich. I'm sure the definition of quantum, the usages of quantum, all of those layers of what quantum has come from, the etymology, where it's going, the uses in science and mysticism, whatever ways that people use it. I mean, it seems rather layered. So of course it's a sandwich, but the question is, what does the commenter mean when they say quantum foam? I mean, Joe, we've been over this. Salad is sandwich. It has layers. It is layered. It's described as layered.
Thrayle, it's snowing again.
That really sucks. It's cold here, too. Not snow cold, but cold.
It's almost May. What the fuck?
Tell me about it. It's only supposed to get up to 70 today.
Oh, I see. The person who was asking about quantum foam is looking to debate it. That's boring. I'm sure there are plenty of places where debates on current scientific theories are had amongst people who understand them. I wonder what victories you intend to score in the comment section of a TikTok live. And now he's asking if I believe in a God. Or they are asking if I believe in a God. And as the screen before this one stated, what the fuck is God?
Thrayle. Something might be arriving early. I'm supposed to be getting mine today, I guess.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's awesome.
And if you'd like to know what we're talking about, you can pop into Batcolyte's bio or Thrayle's bio, click on the link tree, and there's quite a few links in there that might interest you.
Specifically, that second link might be might be of some interest for that topic.
Especially for this topic.
Hell yeah.
Now that I know the sizes, I'll have mine over by the end of the day, I think.
Well, I know this guy. Hello, Schweitzer. How you doing?
Hi, everybody. Hey, Thrayle, Morgan, Katie.
What's going on?
Ooh, nothing much. I just wanted to see, Thrayle, if you wanted to continue questioning me from last time. I just wanted to jump in because I saw you guys were waiting for someone. But as soon as you have a guest, you can drop me down.
Mm-hmm. I'm always open to questioning. I'm curious, Schweitzer. The last time we talked, we spoke about your higher power or search for one. Where did we leave off?
Yeah, it's actually good or interesting that you ask that now because today I overwhelmingly really would like there to be a higher power.
Why would you like there to be a higher power?
Because a lot of decisions are being made around me, about me, and I really hope that there's something out there that's kind of looking out for me.
Would that mean that it would not be looking out for those who are making the decisions? Just
well, one decision actually is going to be made that is not specifically about me as a person, but it will affect me personally. I don't want to be too ambiguous. I can go in more detail, but it's just some personal stuff that I'm going through and a bit of my past catching up to me, I guess. And a decision needs to be made about some technicality that will and could affect me. So it's personal, but it's not personal. And then I just hope that, I just have this overwhelming sense of needing there to be. Maybe it's because my mom, keeps drilling that God is going to take care of this and God is the only one that can judge me. And then there's a part of me that I'm like, well, I hope she's right,
you hope that God will decide to favor you, or that it already does?
It's now that you word it like that, like there's a part of me that hopes. I feel like I'm going to contradict myself, but like there's also a part of me that hopes there is no God. Because if God would have to judge me and he knows me inside out, then I don't know if he would pick in favor of me or if he would pick something that would put me on a path where I'd have to learn and grow from, rather than maybe being on the easy journey that I am on right now, because things have been going really well in my life lately, and that decision would really complicate my life, like a lot. If it doesn't go in my favor, that is.
I'm worried my questions are going to imply something that I'm not necessarily assuming.
Go for it anyway.
Is it fair to say that someone was aggrieved or harmed?
No, not in this specific decision making, no.
Mm-hmm.
No.
So a mistake was made, or some kind of infraction.
Yeah, so there was a mistake.
I'm not fishing for details. I'm just trying to make sure
I understand.
Assume a victim exists where none exists.
No, so I it's basically a debate has been opened up about a technicality about the definition of a law, whether it's applicable to me or not.
Mm-hmm.
And that decision apparently has never been made before. So it would create a precedent. So the decision is not about what I deserve or don't deserve. The decision is about what do we do in this situation. Yeah.
I see. Would a ruling against your favor favor some other? Would it be favorable to someone else that ruling go against your favor?
It would, from the research that I've done, well, there's only so much I can do because this decision has never been made where I live. If it rules against me, meaning that they favor the prosecution, then that means that the prosecution would have more power over that decision making. So from the research I've done, it says that that wouldn't make sense if they chose that, because it would create uncertainty in the system. But at the same time, the argument for the prosecution is that if someone somehow manages to, for example, what happened is my situation was deemed time barred, then that was the final decision. It doesn't allow them to come back with a new rule to say like, well, okay, well, we'll just take a different path and make a different decision based on that.
Mm-hmm. But in some cases, the opposite decision could be favorable to another person. Some other person, not necessarily in your case, but in general.
Yeah, it would create more certainty in the law, meaning that if a judge makes a final decision, then it is final.
I would ask this.
Mhm.
Why would any god, if it existed, be favorable to you in this over some other person wanting the opposite outcome?
Specifically to me, then, I guess there's a part of me that hopes that if there was a God, that he would inspire the person to make the right decision, what feels like the right decision to me, which would coincidentally be favorable to me. But it feels like that would be overall for the law system a better decision to be making. And if I may add, I don't think any law system should have an unfair balance of power, whether it be a judge or a prosecutor. It should be equal, you know.
I guess my question is there a reason why a god would favor one side over the other? And why would a god care at all?
Because my mom has always made me feel like God was like personally there for me. So it's when I take a step back and I think about God in the way that God should be thought about, and I can see where, as you just said, why would he be keeping himself busy with such small little details? But at the same time, if God is the way my mom described God to be, then God can be concerned with everything all the time, everywhere. And then it's not about how small or how big a situation is. He's just there regardless.
How does this god pick sides?
I think anything that creates something that builds towards justness, I think that's what I'd hope from my idea of what justness is, that's what this God would favor in picking what to favor. That is, that it just feels just. That doesn't mean that it favors someone or the other, but it's just the just decision.
I know someone who might have some really good questions for you. Good morning, Kazoo.
Good morning, Kazoo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there we go. I have a question for you. If he was to pick the most just decision, you would have a grand scope of like everybody in mind. And what if that decision was against you? Would you be able to accept that decision with peace?
No, no,
Would it
I
rattle your
wouldn't.
faith?
It would rattle my cage, yeah.
Would that make you not want or not look to God for comfort next time?
It would definitely reinforce my bias that there is no God. It would even close the window of any type of hope that there might be a God anyway.
So you wouldn't, even if you wanted to continue to believe there was a God, wouldn't that make you feel better that he was just instead of just favoring you?
Well, that's the thing. I'm trying as hard as I can to take myself out of the equation, because from the research I've done and from what seems to make sense to me, the just decision would be in my favor. And I don't say that because I would like it to be in my favor, but that's what it seems to it should be. And when I explain it in more depth to people, I have not yet found someone that's gone like, yeah, but, you know. So it's a strange situation because it does involve me, but it's not about me. It's like on a bigger scale, but it would obviously affect me.
That is interesting. I know that in the Bible, I believe it says that we must follow the rules of the land, the laws of the land. I'm not sure the exact quote, but would that kind of reinforce if he was to, I don't know. I'm in the same boat as you. I just had a few questions. That's all.
I appreciate that, Kasu. Thank you.
Katie or Morgan, did you have any more questions for Schweitzer?
I was curious what gives you the impression of this God that it has the intention of being just. If you like, what data are you? What are you basing that on?
Mainly on the way my mom describes God. Whenever I call my mom or tell her about anything, she will find a way to make it about God or Jesus, and how I don't have to worry because I'm one of God's special children. So if I just base it on the way my mother describes it, it sounds like the father I never had. So that sounds comforting, but the more I listen to, especially this live, when I hear, certain scriptures being brought up and the meaning behind them, it makes me go, that doesn't sound like the God my mom's talking about. And she's reading the same book. So, that's where it gets difficult.
So you have not done any like personal searching or read the Bible on your own before. This is all based on what your mom has told you.
Mostly, yeah. I did do some Bible study when I was younger, but nothing enough for me to really be able to quote things or tell you like that I've read the whole book. No, I'm not knowledgeable. I've learned more about the Bible listening to this live than I did like my entire life being religious or used to be religious.
Do you think that you might equate some of this comfort to wanting a God because in human nature you're comforted by the words of your mother as well? The two together.
Great question.
Yeah, yeah. I think I'm hoping so much that, my mom has always had like my best intention. When so many people wanted her to like give up on me or give me away, she fought to keep me. She fought to have me. She ran away. She went through so much. She was 20 years old in Brazil. So why would my mom say things to me that aren't true, And I think I've kind of just told myself that she believes them to be true and her intention is pure, but I just don't know if I can believe it as much as she does.
Right. That's understandable. Her faith is probably very rooted in her culture as well, in your culture as well. And of course, I know that the way it was introduced, it was often, now people look to it for help as they were, I'm not sure. But I understand that your mother has the best intentions for you. And even if you do decide that there isn't a God, your mother's words still hold comfort. So maybe take away that maybe God is a God would never give up on you because your mom wouldn't give up on you. So I know you equate the two. So I'm not really sure what my question is, but I understand.
I appreciate your kind words. Thank you.
No, because of the things are a little vague, and I don't want you to leave them out. But I think there implies that there might be local resources, support resources that might be able to guide you towards systems of support that you might need if this goes the way you don't want it to.
Oh, that's a difficult one. I have been actually trying to the best of my ability to rehabilitate myself and to make sure that whenever I get the help that I need, I just don't know what I like. If things go in the other direction and it doesn't favor me, then that's it. Really, there's really nothing I will be able to do at that point. I'll just have to accept it and just take it, like move forward and.
What if this decision that was made wasn't in your favor, and you give up on your hope that there is a God. But maybe this decision led to better things down the road that you might have not known. Would that make would that make you switch your decision?
You know, it's I love that you asked that, because one of my fears, one of the things that I'm afraid of, is that if things don't go in my favor, that could give my mom the impression that God thinks I deserve to have that outcome. And that worries me. So this is not even anymore about whether God exists or not, but just of the impression my mom would have of the situation. But it would definitely squash any type of possibility that even if things do end up good, because I might just make the decision to better myself and take that time to just reflect and, rebuild, then I would be more inclined to think, you know what, I made this better, rather than God put me on a path for me to make myself better.
Would that be the just decision if you needed to take the time to reflect on what you've done?
Well, no, because I've processed that, and there was a decision made on that, and I, to give more context, I guess, without boring people with too much detail, I did my time, and a decision I thought was final was made, and I processed that, and I worked through that, and I worked really hard to rebuild myself. And now it feels like a decision is going to be made because some kind of technicality that they've never considered before, they don't really know what to do in the situation. So a whole debate needed to be had about it. And now they need to decide on the application, on the application of this law that they're not sure what to do with. So they're not looking at me whether I deserve or don't deserve to be punished. They're really debating over a technicality, over the interpretation of the law. And that's what makes me go like, well, if this goes against me, then clearly there's absolutely no reason for me to believe in anything, because that would make absolutely no sense. I have done my path. I've done my arc of really digging deep in the things that I did. Like, we're talking about almost 9 years ago. And I worked really hard to get where I am today. And the fact that something is being brought back up, what feels like to me, back from the grave, and we need to revisit this,
Right.
it feels really unfair. Yeah.
Did you have any follow-ups, Kazoo?
No, sir.
Katie, I hear a question on you.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I have an idea of what you're talking about, but I'm not going to push you to say anything more about it.
Yeah, if you're on Discord, KD, I'm glad to explain in more detail. I just don't want to go into it on the live.
Does it have anything to do with the political climate?
I'm not American. I live in Belgium. Yeah, I live in
So
Belgium.
that gives more context. But so, but either way, I know what's happening with the political climate in Europe, broadly anyway, and in some specific countries more in more detail. But yeah, I'll look you up on there.
Okay, no worries.
I'm trying to think of how to phrase this.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Aside from what it can do for you in situations like this, does it matter to you if a God exists?
I think one of the reasons I really would love there to be this God that my mom keeps talking about is it would matter tremendously because it would give clarity and significance to all the things that have led me to where I am today.
If he came through, quote, like, if, God, this God came through for you on this one, that would solidify it forever. What if you never got another decision in your favor?
You know, I can use the past as an example where I've had moments of desperations where I've prayed for something and then I got what I prayed for, and then short after I just went back to like, well, yeah, that was just a coincidence. There is no God. So I don't know if this case would be the last nail in the coffin that would solidify my faith, because, you know, I do listen to the live a lot. So I still have a lot of doubts and reservation God in general.
Why do you think other people's answers or prayers the one answer?
What my mom insinuates is that, and I don't like saying this because I feel very uncomfortable when other people say this during lives when they answer this question, but that there might be things about them that we don't know, and that's like God's mysterious ways of going about things, that their faith might not be as deeply rooted as they think it is. And again, I'm cringing as I say this because that's the only answer I can really give. But the answer I'd rather give would be, I really think nothing is really like whether people deserve it or not. I think things really happen just randomly, and some people are just shit out of luck, you know.
Right. That would be like measuring somebody's who deserves a better who deserves their prayers to be answered and who does not.
Yeah.
Imply that you have no skeletons in your closet more than other people that might never have questioned their faith. You know, why would he grant yours when you just come to him for in desperation for other people that lay down on the ground for him? So it's interesting. I have no more questions.
Great questions, Kazoo.
Thank you.
I don't know that I have any more either, Schweitzer. Really appreciate you coming up and questioning.
Thank you,
your
Thrayle.
answers. I wonder. No, I think it might even be poem time.
Appreciate all of you. Thank you, Thrayle. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. Big W's for Schweitzer.
W.
Hell yeah. And I think, well, I think it's time for big W's all around. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that thing that I do.
I don't know what thing is it that you do.
Yeah,
I don't
what?
remember. What kind of thing are you talking about now? I'm a little confused at this point in time.
Oh, well, I do the whole thing where I go live and I question beliefs. And then at the end, well, after we question beliefs, and then we spend a long time not questioning beliefs, we listen to the music and then end up doing the poem thing. That's where I read a poem and call it a day.
Read a poem. Is that what people are normally just like talking, and then in the middle of their sentences and stuff, somebody just like hits a button and is it that time? Is that what you're getting at?
I mean, that's a thing that happens too. It usually looks like that. It's usually a little more in the middle of the sentence, but
Don't drop me mid sentence. That's what we're.
delay, I guess.
I will drop myself. Thank you.
It is rude, right, Kazoo? Appreciate you, Kazoo. It still got her. But not mid-sentence. Morgan's not falling for it. You're not gonna. If I say I won't drop you, would you believe me?
I guess.
Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you, Phil.
I appreciate you, as always. And I hope you have a great rest of the day. Big W's for Morgan. And for all of you, the best audience on TikTok. I appreciate all of you coming in and sharing the live, tapping the screen, asking your questions, leaving your respectful comments, and having those great conversations down there. Appreciate all of you. And even if you didn't participate, if you didn't engage, if you came in and just fell asleep, well, I appreciate you too. But thank you all for coming in and really just being the best audience on TikTok. And big W's for the mods for making this such a comfortable space for the best audience on TikTok. I really couldn't do it without you. Appreciate every one of you. you so much. Thank you all. And if you want to join this community, see what we get up to between the lives behind the scenes, you can always check out the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. The first link there will take you to the Discord. You just want to make sure you read the rules when you get there, otherwise it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. It does make all the difference in the world. Thank you so much. And if you happen to see that second link in the link tree, you'll know when you see it. I think you might find some interesting things there, and it is always growing, so we'll be adding quite a few more. But, well, I think on that note, I think there's really only one thing left. What makes a truth a thing that stays? The weight of years or the count of praise? If many speak and all agree, does that confer necessity? What marks a God as truly there? A voice, a sign, an answered prayer. If silence meets the words you send, what do you claim? And why pretend? What is a soul? And where does it lie? Beneath the breath or beyond the sky? If thought can shift with time and brain, what part of you can truly remain? What makes a right more right than wrong? The louder voice or the longer song? If morals bend from age to age, who writes the laws on history's page? What grants a text its sacred place, its written word, its frame of time, its starting base? If hands have shaped it line by line, which parts are human and which divine? What is the self you guard so tight? A steady core or changing light? If memory fades and cells renew, what thread is left that still is you? What is a fact you'd never yield? And why must that be so tightly sealed? If tested once and found unsure, what makes you keep it as secure? What is it in you that needs to know before it can let a question grow? What fear arises, sharp and fast, when something firm might just not last? And if you pause, refuse reply, and let each answer drift nearby, not claimed, not forced, not quickly dressed, what happens in that quiet test? No thunder cracks, no heavens part, just subtle shifts within the heart, where certainty begins to thin, and something softer can begin. Not truth declared, nor final say, but room enough to let it sway, to turn, to try, to break, to bend, and test if it can stand the end. In darkness we meet, no answers to keep, just the work of a mind that refuses to sleep. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.
phone, because while your phone is now being used for whatever you're doing and the mic, you want something charging that, continuously charging that. Okay. So that one has that. This is the next level. This is the next below it. All right. This is a good one. Lavalier microphones means that the microphone is picking up where the sound is coming from. So if I lean too close to my speaker, the music's going to get loud, right? Because it's whatever's competing. But my voice is where it's focusing. I love that about this. Okay. Also, these have clips with them. This one clips on as well. This one's magnetic, so you can pop it on anything and you can keep it hands-free. Thank you for your purchase. All right. These. Now, again, I'm trying to be really conscious of people's budgets. You can do pay over time for certain things. Maybe the $40 ones you can. These are also really good flash sales and live sales that they're giving me. This one is also very good. It's just all you're going to get. You're going to have the transceiver. You're going to have the mics. They have little clips on them. It's a great way to start. Kukiho has good quality sound, which is why I like them, why I really promote them. I am not in a brand deal with them. I'm trying to get in a brand deal with them because I love their product. I have a degree, my bachelor's is in radio and television, PhD in public health, master's in public administration, but the bachelor's is in radio and television production. It was 1,000 years ago, when we were still writing things on chalkboards. But I do understand video and audio quality, right? Good sound is essential. Yes, our phones have good mics. And if that's what you got to start with, that's what you got to start with. But I promise you, yep, I know, Alice, I'll be done at 9:30. I've got to take Alice to a appointment at 10:30. I cannot emphasize enough how important for a version mic. Either they stop working after a while or the sound quality is tinny or fuzzy. Okay, so I really like Kukiho because they're crystal clear. I am getting a new mic I'm super excited about for my lives, and I will pin it and talk about it when I get it. It's on its way. This one, the sound quality blew my mind. I was like, this is freaking amazing. So we're going to see if it's as good as they say it is. All right. Yes, I'm on every Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, teaching TikTok. And then every single day, if you want to come see my live, 4:30 p.m. Eastern, okay, I do fragrances and skincare. Fragrances with some skin stuff thrown in there. And if you just want to come and get your new scent of the day, your new spring fragrance, or a really good skincare routine, do that. Also, you can just come and see, what does it look like when you do a shoppable live, Professor? I want to say that. Thank you, Nacho, for following me. Thank you, Ashley, for good morning. And Sarah, good morning. So here's the thing, you guys. Something I'm doing is working, so I want to share it. That's it. I'm not saying that I'm the be all, know all. I'm not the expert. Hey, Mr. Doughboy. What's up, my friend? Good morning, sir. Good to see you. My fragrance family's popping in the room saying hello. I have an amazing fragrance family. It's fun to watch lives. Usually I have a couple of people. Sometimes I have a whole bunch of people on a panel and we're talking fragrances. So you want to learn a little something about that. Also, just watch and see how a live, that's a shoppable live, what does it look like? What do you do? I want to do shoppables, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do. So come watch. I won't answer questions about like, why am I doing and how do I do this on this. You can come back in the morning and be like, hey, on your live yesterday, you did this. How did you do that? Okay. Because when I'm doing shoppable, my audience there is for shoppable. So they're not there to learn. So I have to keep the two worlds separate. I tried doing it together. This is why I'm doing 2 lives a day now during the week. All right. Then we have, so those are your mics. All right. Please, for the love of all that's whatever, please have something holding your phone. Whether you're leaning it up against a table or a book or something, if that's a coffee cup, if that's all you got, please just don't hold your phone when you're doing content. It creates shaky content. Shaky content is poor quality. You'll see the impact of that. I freaking love my Cooper mag stands. All right. This stand is awesome. I walk around with it all day in my house. All right. Sometimes I use it to make content. Sometimes I don't, but I just love it. Okay. It is the best freaking thing. They also make a tablet stand. I just showed you guys earlier. I've got my iPad on this one. This one I love. It's a really good one, and you can go up to 14 inches. I think 17 inches up. It holds your tablet. It holds your iPad, your Droid, whatever. I love it, love it, love it. Okay, I use it. It's sitting right here. I use this thing all the time. I've also used it to make content. They do have a tablet stand that's a little different. Okay, I think this is more. It's more of a tablet. I like the one I'm using, but any of the Cooper products are outstanding. I have to say, I've been very impressed with them. Okay, there's that. All right, then we've got this one. There's a selfie stick that also works as a tripod. That's also a mag stand. Okay, if everything that's a mag stand, if you don't have a magnetic back or a magnetic case, don't worry. They all come with a magnet that you can stick on your case and back of your phone. That'll help you attach. So don't worry about that. All that. Okay. Now, I was telling you guys about the mirror. Okay. This is the one I have. I have something like this on my mirror. Okay. It says car phone holder. It's not, if it's a vacuum one, this one might be the vacuum one. Yeah. Okay. You want this, the vacuum mount. I put that on my mirror so I can do content videos about skincare or any kind of, I do lipstick is the only makeup, and mascara is all I wear. I don't do, there's no foundation here. This is my face. All right. So these are super cool. This one is the best one. This one's good, but you want a vacuum mount because then you can mount it, unmount on walls, anywhere. Okay. It doesn't have to be magnetic because it's vacuum. All right. And then I said, all right, or a good tripod. This one I like because it has lights with it. So I really like that. Okay. Something with lights in it is really because then you kind of get all in one. Because guess what? You need good lighting too. All right. This is all in one. I use something called a gimbal when I do a lot of my videos, when I'm walking around. A gimbal has a built-in gyroscope. It keeps the phone steady. It's also how you see me doing this and this. It has a joystick, keeps it very centered, keeps it from shaking. It will not shake because of that gyroscope. These are pricey, y'all, but they're worth it. Okay, this one goes out, does all the things. I love this one. I use this one. I also have, I think I have 1 or 2 other ones. Oh yeah, I have this one. This one's a little less. I believe it looks really good. I think it's as good. It's a 4.4 star. I've used the Hohem. I haven't used this one, but it sounds like they're good. The other thing you want is good lighting. This is the best thing ever. Why do I love this light? Ring lights are great. You can use any ring light. Why I like this one? Because I wear glasses, and if I use a regular ring light, my glasses glare in the corner. It drives me nuts. They glare. This is designed so that you won't. It's first of all, it's not just a ring. It's a whole circle of light. It is. You can adjust the warmth and coolness of the light, the intensity. It has all those adjustments on it. And what's really amazing is it doesn't show. You notice there's no glare. There's no freaking glare. It's the best thing ever. So ever since I started using this light, I'm so happy with it because you're not going to see any glare. And that's important. Julie, thank you for your heart me. All right. So please. And y'all, on the live, it's got free shipping. So if you purchase during the live, they give me these weird little promotions. Sometimes it's a flash sale. It is 55% off and free shipping. So please make sure, and I am getting ready to close the doors. So if you do want to make a purchase, please make that purchase now so you can guarantee that price. Okay. free shipping. I don't know, like some of these are like promotion prices. They do it for the live. Usually when it has a discount like that, it's for the live. So it's 55% off. I paid full price for this thing, by the way. I paid $70 for it and I don't regret it. It's the best damn thing I ever got. All right. So, but you get free shipping too. So excellent. This is like the best deal right now for all the lights. I only put in the things I really like. If you want something small to carry around with you, this is on a flash sale for only 5 hours right now. Everyone shakes a little, right? Shakes a little, but like this one, no. And actually when I'm walking around with it, here you go. I'm picking it up. Is there shaking? No, it's moving, but it's not shaking. Okay. It's not going to shake because it's a gimbal. Gimbals don't shake because it has a gyroscope in it. That's what makes it a gimbal. Okay. That's a funny term, but it's basically a portable tripod, selfie stick that has a gyroscope inside to keep things centered. It keeps, you know how the shakes make people, because it makes you nauseous, right? Some people get motion sick and I can't tell you. I mean, I want to support people, but if you've got bad lighting, bad video, bad sound, or bad unsteady camera, bad sound, I have to move on. I want to stay, but I just can't. I can't do it. All right. Really good. This one is really good. This is a small mini ring light that you can use. Also, where's my other one? Did I pin it? I thought I did. Hang on, y'all. Oh, maybe not. Let me pin this one other. This is a really good one. I use this all the time. Oh, everybody always asks about the sign. There's the sign. All right. Oh, here's another great one. I love this one. Oh, it's in my bag right now. I literally traveled with it yesterday to my craft show. This is the coolest thing. I need to get it out of my car. Well, so this is a small portable, has a strap, small portable tripod, but it's a circle. It's a circular base, so it's real easy. You don't have to worry about those 3 legs. Super easy. When you turn it on, if you power it on, it's got auto face tracking. The darn thing follows you wherever you go. This thing is amazing. I love this. It is flash sale for my live. I absolutely love this. So if this is something that you're interested in, go for it. Okay. This is really cool. I'll have it. I'll probably, if I remember, I'll grab it out of my car today and I'll have it tomorrow to show you because I just love it. I take it with me everywhere I go. It's perfect for travel. Okay. And then last but not least, what the other light, where the heck is it? Oh, here we go. But I want the black one. There we go. This one. Okay. I have this. Where is it? It's right here. All right. So sometimes when I'm traveling or doing stuff, I need an easy light to take with me. I travel with this light all the time. All right. In fact, when I'm in Lake Placid this week, this is, okay. I love this. And you can do it. It changes intensity. It changes color. Okay. Look at the light. Look at the light, right? It gives me good lighting. Okay. Clips on your phone or clips somewhere nearby so you can have that extra light, right? I love that. Okay. I prefer the bright light, right? Okay. It's really good. So this can be very helpful. It's rechargeable. Easy to pack. So I take it with me whenever I travel because I always like to have extra lighting. All right, you guys. I think that's enough for today. We've been at it for over 2.5 hours. And I'm so grateful for all you guys. Oh, you got yours yesterday? What do you think, Angie? What do you think? Angel. Might say Angie. Forgive me. Angel, what do you think? You said you got yours yesterday. Tell me what you think. Yeah, have you had a chance to try it? You may not have had a chance to try it. All right. So if you are interested in purchasing a product, please make your purchases now for any of the live sales, live promotions, any of that stuff. All right. Please make that. Others that say like you have 6 hours or whatever, then you can throw it in your cart and you can think about it, pay it later. But once the flash sale expires, it expires. I don't know if it renews. Like the Polisign one keeps renewing, but I don't know about the others, y'all. I really honestly don't. So a lot of times they set it up so you can only purchase during the live to get the best price. Your mic is delayed. I'm so sorry. That's right, Angel. You got your light. Well, the light is helpful. Shipping is going to be a little tough, guys. Sometimes if you order something, it might come right away. It might not. It just depends whether it's in a U.S. warehouse or it has to get here. All right. So just be patient about that. All right. So thank you guys so much. Thank you for those who did make purchases. I appreciate you so much. Final number, 2.7 thousand people through the room, 57 new followers. Thank you so much. 69 folks gifted the room. I appreciate you guys so much. I really do. All right, y'all. So I'm going to close the doors. Come back tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern. We'll be doing this again. We're going to talk some more about, we'll go over samples again. And then we're going to talk about what happens when you get the sample. What are you supposed to do? Where do they message you? And what do you do for a video? How do you figure that out? Okay. And we're gonna figure it out. That's right. It takes time. There's room at the table for everybody. All right. I end my lives always the same way. This is the Nonprofit Professor wishing you abundance, joy, love, and peace today and every day. Thank
do that. Nobody does. So, but you're sitting here like unpacking this, like, this is what this is. I'm calling it spade a spade. This is great. Like, the church could really listen to this from an atheist. This is great. That's the irony here.
When we're talking about fighting fair in an intellectual or religious context, we're usually dealing with a set of inherited social scripts, right? Rather than a learned skill set, right? Most people are never actually taught the mechanics of a fair fight, which in this case means productive disagreement, right? Instead, people are socialized into defensive habits that prioritize social cohesion or ego preservation over the pursuit of truth, right? And the thing is a lot of this has to do with like our education gap, like debate versus dialectic, right? And in most modern school systems and social circles, we are taught rhetoric, right? The art of winning, rather than dialectic, the art of actually seeking the truth through investigation, right? And there's almost always like this win-loss binary. Like, I have so many people come into this live and like, oh, well, you aren't capable of having a debate, right? You can't debate me, you're gonna lose. Like, we're conditioned to see a disagreement as like a zero-sum game, right? If you admit your logic is flawed, you lose, which carries a social stigma of being wrong or weak. Like, that shit doesn't affect me at all. Right? And there's this absence of formal logic. Like, most people aren't taught to recognize fallacies like ad hominem or straw man, ad nauseum, right? In themselves. Without these tools, they don't realize they're fighting dirty. They simply think they're defending themselves, right? And then there's this indoctrination and these sacred values barrier, right? In religious or highly controlled environments, fighting fair is often structurally impossible because of certain ideas are labeled sacred, right? And when a belief system claims that doubt is a sin or logic is a trap, it removes the neutral ground required for a fair fight. You can't have a fair match if one person's rule book says the other person's equipment is evil, right? And people aren't taught to separate their ideas from their identity, right? If I say, oh, your premise is flawed, and you hear, you're a flawed person, right? Your brain triggers a biological survival response. Like, you aren't fighting unfair at that point. You're surviving to like a perceived assault. Right? Yeah. I'm sorry, say again.
That sounds really good. I noticed that on a lot of these lives when people go to the second person, like, well, you're this or that. Just once that you word comes, the whole conversation collapses. It's so interesting to watch.
The only time I say that is like, it's like, well, you're projecting or you're trying to attack me for asking you a question. And I think most people learn how to disagree by watching their parents, their peers, or increasingly the internet. Right. And there's like this outrage model, right? And digital platforms reward like dunking and owning rather than like nuanced synthesis. Right. And this teaches people that the fairest way to win is to be the loudest or most dismissive. Right. And conversely, like, many are raised in environments where any disagreement is seen as rude. Right, and for these people, bringing up a logical contradiction feels like a low blow, simply because it breaks the polite silence. Like,
hey guys, I gotta dip, and actually I gotta get to work, so I'll talk to you later.
All right, Adam. Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Hey, thanks.
So, like, what fighting fair like actually looks like, right? And these are like the untaught skills for the most part. Like if we were actually taught to fight fair, right, I think the curriculum would look like there's this principle of charity, right? Interpreting your opponent's argument in its strongest possible form before attacking it, right? Have some type of intellectual humility, right? Start from the premise that you might be the one who is indoctrinated or